here in Gaza on October 13th, 2025. When the hostages were released, you can see the Swiss number plates of GE for Geneva, being the ones who financed Hamas in the first place, which I've already shown you in this video here from last year, 2024, that the Swissies financed the whole Hamas. You see them standing in Swiss Parliament with the Swiss senator. Here are all the names here. And you can see here, it's on the same channel from, it's also October 13th, what do you know, 2024. Nice coincidence, love it. You see, same channel, here's the title. And also in this video here from 2 years ago, from 2023, I gave you this information and even more than this. So this is a 50-minute video, so there's even more information or different information. And you see here, November 17, 2023. Here's the title, same channel. And already almost 12 years ago, on my other channel here from January 2014, that's almost 12 years ago, I gave you this information. Yeah, and if I wouldn't have been shadow banned and, it's only 6,000 views, well, I don't have much more today actually. If I wouldn't have been shadow banned and censored all the time by YouTube, taking my channels away, everything and my videos, and then if more people would have seen this video from 12 years ago, we could have avoided the events of October 7th. But, what do you want to do with 6,000 views? Nobody is watching my videos. So how come, anyway, that Swiss cars with Swiss Geneva number plates are freely driving around in this war-torn Gaza, so conveniently showing the red cross of the Knights Templars, the ones who founded Swaziland, the land of the Swissies, in the year 1291. So here you can see Gaza, all the rubble, and this was the date of this picture. Gaza 2025, October 13. It says Swiss cars. You see the red cross, Templars. It says Geneva. And all Swiss number plates, they have these, the Swiss cross in it. They all look like this. And like here in the beginning, you see always the name of the town. Like the capital Bern, they have BE. Or the other big town of Zurich, they have ZH. And Basel, they have BS for Basel town or BL for the Basel countryside. So here, GE, it stands for Geneva. And here's always the coat of arms, where you can't see it very much. I think they put like a Palestine flag over it. How convenient. And here you see the Swiss flag. So, how come? It's all connected. This country here was founded by the Knights Templars, this date as well here, October 13th. And this has the red cross. And this is the inverse cross of the Hospitallers, because when these ones were forbidden, in 1307, when they got arrested on a Friday the 13th, then all their belongings, it went to the Hospitallers, and they had a white cross on a red underground. So all the belongings of these ones went here, yeah? That's why they finance everything. You get it? So even the date of the liberation of the G.I.U.R.E.H hostages is related to the Knights Templars, because only 16 years after having founded Swaziland in 1291. The few remaining Templars in France got arrested on an October 13th. And I already showed you in this video here that the beginning of the Gaza war on October 7th of 2023 even had a Friday the 13th of October within the entire realm of events. So you can see it's a parallel reality. And here on Friday the 13th of October in 1307, the Knights Templars got arrested by our king. It's on the same channel 10 months ago. Here's the title, The Parallel Reality of October 7th. You know, it's all parallel reality. They're crazy with numbers. Our masters are crazy with numbers and dates and symbolism. Let it be their downfall, you know. These symbols and numbers don't lie, people. You think it's a coincidence? So both the beginning as well as the end of the whole Gaza event is related to the most important date of the Freemasons concerning their military predecessors and forebearers, if you like, the Knights Templars and their base, Switzerland. Do you really think this is a coincidence? And that the Great Deceiver, with his Masonic hand signs, didn't know this? Look, here it says, Holy Donnie. Even the Blitz had the Templars Friday 13th in its realm, as the Nazi Blitz against England started on September 7th, and the following Friday was Friday the 13th. Just as on October 7th, 2023, in the JJ base. So October the 7th was a Saturday, just as September 7th when the Blitz started. And the next Friday after this was a Friday the 13th, and the next Friday after the beginning of the Blitz was also a Friday the 13th. Coincidence? England is and was horizontal rule, constitutional monarchy. And the Nazis started as vertical rule, as Hitler promised the high nobility in Germany to bring the emperor back. And then he betrayed them at the end of the war, already in the beginning of the war. I already made a video about that. So here you see a picture. The Germans made themselves for the propaganda. You see the Thames. So here it says London in the realm of Friday the 13th Blitz. So here you can read about the Blitz. It lasted for 8 months, octagon, from September 7th, just like October 7th, the September 7, 1940 to May 11, 1941. So September the 7th was a Saturday, and the next Friday was a Friday the 13th, just like October 7th in 2023, and the next Friday was a Friday the 13th. This is not a coincidence. Well, it goes on, you can find it yourself. So here you can see it. You just write this here, Friday 13th, 1940 in Google, and all pops out, you know, like here. Friday, September 13, 1940 was a day of significant events during the Battle of Britain. Buckingham Palace was hit. So in those days, as you can see here, these are official, articles of those days, and they even write it Friday the 13th because it's so important for them, giving out these messages amongst each other. And 13 years ago, on my other channel here, Gatsefrats, or 12 years ago, I interviewed this Spitfire pilot. He was 91 years old. Here's the title. So you just look in the video section and scroll down until you get 2013 and you'll find it, or just take the title. I also made it in German and in French, as the guy, he was originally from Luxembourg. So he spoke both English, French, and English. English, French, and German, sorry. Just like Homie Ross. Could be a brother, like. And so he can write about it. So all of this concerning the Blitz. The German word Blitz means lightning and derives from the Germanic mythology of the Nordic god Thor, throwing down lightning and using the Thor's hammer. The Nazis used this in the terminology Blitzkrieg, where Krieg means war, which basically can be translated by a fast war. Fast as lightning, Blitzkrieg. So here you see the Thor's hammer, it's always related to lightning. And in England, it was just short called the Blitz. But in fact, in the German, or better say Nazi propaganda, the word was Blitzkrieg, a fast war. So here again you see Thor's hammer. And 88, the number 88 is being used by neo-Nazis because the eighth letter in the alphabet is the H. So I'm not going to pronounce the second one, but the first one, it stands for hail. And the second one, like Adolf's last name. It's probably not allowed to pronounce it in our free civilization, and the AI, they snap everything, and then I see an image under the video. I don't want to see that image. It says this video talked about such and such person. So, yeah, they are weird times, eh? Also, the military coup of the Chilean Nazi Augusto Pinochet happened on September 11th, 1973. And 9/11 has also become a funny date. Also was the Chile 9/11 coup d'etat backed up and orchestrated by the US behind it, and an American conspiracy against Chile. Therefore, another indication that the US 9/11 of 2001 also was a conspiracy. Therefore, concerning the US involvement in yet another 9/11, was the US 9/11 related to the vertical versus horizontal rule? Yes, of course it was. Horizontal rule American Republic, attacked by the vertical rule feudal caliphate guys, and most likely executed by treacherous vertical elements within the US. Therefore, the jaywalkers and their JJ base could never have done 9/11 because the JJ base is very horizontal, just as America is. So here you see the World Trade Center, the two buildings, and the Statue of Liberty from Liberté, Fraternité, Égalité, from the French. Freedom, it means. And it was all about the vertical caliphate versus the horizontal America and treacherous elements within the US, most likely being involved. And here on 9/11/2001, in this charming video, you see the Philistines dancing, celebrating the murder of 3,000 Americans. Donnie, you really want to help him. So here you see the flag. We all know it. We see it everywhere nowadays. This is a video on YouTube. And it was uploaded 10 years ago. They're even older ones. There's a lot of these videos. And here says the Philistines are celebrating. And it happened on this date here, September the 11th, 2001. So the footage is from that date. I don't know what all that says. Charming, isn't it? Also here on the website of these guys here, I don't want to pronounce it, here you see the date when it was filmed, September the 12th, 2001, early in the morning. So early in the morning, they're already, dancing. Look at them. There they are. They're all dancing, and they call America the big snake or something. And so Donnie, you really want to help him, eh? Build it all up and make like a paradise of Gaza. Are you sure, mate? Look at it. I don't think they like you over there. That's funny, isn't it? So you can read about it. The military dictatorship of Chile. An authoritarian military dictatorship ruled Chile for almost 17 years between September the 11th, 9/11, and here in 1973 it started. The dictatorship was established after the democratically elected socialist government of Salvador Allende was overthrown in a coup d'etat backed by the United States on 9/11. There's something funny going on with these dates. And apparently at the moment there's a big scandal with the Vice President Vance. He allegedly said, yeah, that was okay, that America did this and the dictatorship in Chile. So he allegedly had some positive things to say about this, which is apparently a big scandal. But okay, the video is not about the Mr. Vance. So this guy here, Jack Devine, or Devine, looks like a French name. And there he is. And I'll read it for you. He was the director of foreign activities of the CIA. Here, Devine's career at the CIA spanned from the late 1960s to 1990s, including the fall of President Salvador Allende in Chile on 9/11, 1973. Well, etc. Here, I read here. Devine retired after serving as both the acting director and associate director of the CIA's operations outside the United States. Do I read this well here? Do you understand this? He was the director of the CIA's operations outside the United States. So that means they also do operations inside the United States, which is actually forbidden by law. It's against the Constitution, but they are sort of admitting it here. Well, anyway, a capacity in which he had the authority over thousands of CIA employees involved in sensitive missions throughout the world. And apparently the actual scandal with Mr. Vance is that he allegedly, because this guy here wrote a book, apparently, and Mr. Vance allegedly said something positive about the CIA intervention and the Chile 9/11. Something I think that it was not that bad, but I don't know really what it was. I don't do scandals here, I do history. So I leave the little American scandals and others. I just leave it up to others. Just do history. And still in Chile, under the junta dictatorship of General Augusto Pinochet, from 1961 to 2007, camouflaged by religion and its cross, there was the German Nazi concentration camp in Chile by the name of Colonia Dignidad, under the pink list killer Paul Schaefer, who raped and tortured very young children, and preferably very young boys. In the style of the pink list killer Nazi, Dr. Oskar Dirlewanger, and his SS jihadi soldiers. So here, to the left here, you can see Oskar Dirlewanger. And here you see the Muslim sword, this one here, called Hanjar. And they're all wearing a fez, the sort of Islamic hat. And I call them the SS Caliphate Jihadis. And here it says in German, Islam und, or let's say Jaywalkers. Islam and Jaywalkers, a book. I don't know if you can read it. And here you got the Templars V on this thing. I will tell you more about it later on in the video. So as I already told you, there were many, many key positions within the Nazi Reich. There were many, and maybe all, pink list killers. And this one is one of them. Raping and murdering mostly very small boys, like 4 or 5 years old. Just like the guy in Chile, Paul Schaefer. At Villa Baviera, or Colonia Dignidad, Nazi concentration camp under the veil of Christianity, they had torture chambers and human experiments going on, with real doctors, as you can see here, and whatnot. So here you see the Red Cross, and here the doctors, also Red Cross, nice uniforms, Red Cross. This is Paul Schaefer here, here's Paul Schaefer. So they had the Red Cross here. So, as always, Swissy and their Red Cross were involved, just as we saw before at October 13th, 2025, in the picture to the left here. Hey Swissy, got you again. Wherever there's bloodshed, torture, rape, and crime against children, you seem to be there, Swissy. Here in this picture you see Paul Schaefer from Colonia Dignidad, also called Villa Bavaria, next to a picture of Adolf, a swastika flag and a runic sign, which looks a bit like the Othala rune for heritage, but has a W underneath. In front of Adolf, there's also a swastika in the bars protecting their holy shrine. And remember that the CIA and America made these crimes possible through the US backup of the Chilean military dictatorship. I wonder how many paperclip guys were involved as well. So here you see Adolf, and in the metal, here you see the swastika, yeah, and also the flag. This is Paul Schaefer. And here is a crescent moon. Makes me think of Oscar Derlewanger and his SS jihadi soldiers of the Caliphate. And there's a W, but if you leave the W away, you get this one here, Othala, for heritage. Well, you see the heritage here. Here's Adolf, the swastika, and that's probably what they mean, eh? And of course, the pink list killer heritage, most of all. So these are original pictures of Colonia Dignidad. Here's Paul Schaefer. Look where he's holding his hand. And look, this is a posture of a very traumatized child. And this one too here as well, And it's all under the banner of Christianity, religion, and nice dancing and Bavarian sort of stuff, And it's the same Nazi religion, pedophilia combination as today. And as they always do everywhere and every time, using the same strategy. So this is why I wrote down here the Holy Trinity of Nazism, religion, and pedophilia. It's always the same Holy Trinity of Nazism, religion, and pedophilia, back then and now. The masters still use the same triple ingredients, and notice the birdie here next to the cross, which is the Horus falcon or golden eye in the sky, as Horus is often depicted with the sun behind his head, just as the man on the cross. So here you see the birdie here on the American flag, which is a falcon. Only the falcon stands up in the air like this. And it represents Horus. It's all pharaonic. Our masters are pharaohs. So here you can see this master. So here it says Nazism. Well, that's very obvious, isn't it? Here it says religion. Very obvious as well. And here it says pedophilia. Look, it's his best pal here. Well, where there is smoke, there's fire, isn't it? Here it says the Holy Trinity. In fact, our pharaonic masters believe in Horus, and they let the slaves believe in Jesus. Hallelujah, Donnie. Or should we say Hallelujah, meaning Hail, Hallelujah, which will all lead to hell, Hallelujah. So here it says Hallelujah, which will lead to hell, Hallelujah. Here you see Horus in the sky, the golden eye in the sky, the sun disk, And oh boy, do the Hallelujah dudes love concentration camps. Here you can see Holy Donnie do the inverted pyramid of death with his hands, like the poor people of Outwick and the whole catch had on their shirts. Just as Uncle Wolf here to the right was doing it for the very same reasons, which means let's kill the slaves. We have too many of them. It needs a reset, called the horror's matrix. Hallelujah. This is why all this here is related. The triangle of death of the inverted pyramid, both in the Palestine flag as on the concentration camp shirt, with to the left the Philistine Amin al-Husseini and the head of the SS Muslim divisions of the vertical rule Arab nobility, al-Husseini. The al part is like the German von or de in French. And he's giving here something to the head of all concentration camps, Heinrich Himmler, which is probably a Philistine flag, and saying, look, we have the same red triangle of death in our flag, which means we are brothers forever, sharing the same goal of total extermination. Colonia Dignidad shows the same alliance in between fascism, religion, and pink list killers, as we can see today, during World War II and throughout history. So here it says Nazism, religion, and pedophiles. It's the Holy Trinity. And look, these boys. This is an original picture of the Colonia Dignidad. So, you know, look in the leather pants here. It looks like the Hitler Youth. You remember my videos, how I explained to you that the head of the Hitler Youth was Baldur von Schirach, an aristocrat. He was a pedophile and a pink list killer. And also was a Hitler Youth for girlies, the Bund Deutscher Mädels. And that was a pink list killer, pedophile. At the head of it, there was Dr. Jutta Rüdiger. And here is he, of course, the pedophiles. Nothing has changed. I mean, they won the war. They always win, you know, because they're hiding. And this is probably the church here, you know, like the choir boys here. So it's this Holy Trinity. I see it all the time. Open up your eyes, you know. Don't listen to what Holy Donnie is telling you. Just look and open up your eyes and see what he, you know, the pictures and what he's doing, you know. Concentration camps, Epstein. Look at the proofs here. Look at the pictures. Forget about what the business talk he's selling you, you know. It's the same stuff as this here. It's Nazism, religion, and pedophiles. That's what it is. And there's more than just the date that Templars have in common with the events around October 7th and on October 13th. Just like Hamas, the Templars were also building tunnels everywhere, being the very reason that the Swiss base of the Knights Templars is full of tunnels and bunkers, of which about 15 years ago I filmed you some of these, like with a big cannon stuck in a house or in a barn, camouflaged. You know, it's full of bunkers and tunnels because it's the base of the Knights Templars. When I was in the south of France filming Templar commanderies like 15 years ago, I heard a lot of rumors from the locals of like 13 kilometers long Templar tunnels around the various commanderies and Templar castles I visited. Just like this dude here to the right built tunnels. Also were Templars in the vicinity of it all, as they were also in Jerusalem. So a lot of not so coincidental similarities in the dates and numbers, geographically above the ground and even below the ground. And all these Swiss cars from the very base the Knights Templars founded in 1291, only 2 months after the end of the Crusades. Numbers don't lie, people. And these numbers are a global message to the worldwide Freemason and Octagon Templar community that they are the ones behind it, so that other Freemasons and their Freemason politicians shouldn't interfere in the matter, which is the very reason for which other horizontal Freemason republics like Turkey, Jordan, or Egypt didn't interfere in the Gaza war and didn't even take Palestine refugees, as the Gaza war actually is an internal war in between Pharaoh's nobility of vertical rule caliphate guys like ISIS and Hamas, who are therefore backed up by the vertical rule Qatar and all the horizontal rule republics of Europe, America, and even those of the Middle East are behind the JJ base. The Muslims have nothing to say in these so-called Muslim countries, as Pharaoh's nobility decides all, just as in Europe, where the indigenous Europeans have no say at all. And so here you see the Muslim world. It says here horizontal rule, Muslim republics, just like the JJ base. I can't pronounce this word, otherwise they'll take my video away. And it already happened a few times, so I'm not going to pronounce it anymore. So countries like Egypt is a republic, and in a republic they have a parliament, and the masters of Pharaoh's nobility, they rule together. You know, they are parliamenting, they are discussing if there's a problem. Now here it says Qatar, this little thing here. Qatar is an absolute monarchy, so that is a vertical rule. It has the emir, they are the emirates on top of it all, and everybody has to obey. So this is vertical. This is an exception. Saudi Arabia is actually also vertical, but they're very near to the horizontal rule, mostly America, because they're doing good business because of the oil. Morocco and Jordan, they are monarchies, but they are so-called constitutional republics. So they got the constitutional monarchies. So a monarchy used to be vertical, but as they have the constitution of a republic, they are in fact horizontal. Algeria is also a republic, horizontal. Well, this country is too poor, too many problems, so they can't take refugees, as well as this one here, Sudan or Yemen or Afghanistan. They got too many internal problems. And Pakistan is also a horizontal republic. And this is a theocratical vertical rule. It's again something else. And Turkey here is a horizontal republic ruled by Freemasons, just like Egypt and Algeria and the rest, or Spain, France, England, America. So they're all pals, actually, you know, and it has nothing to do with religion. Forget about religion. There never has been any war about religion. It's all about vertical and horizontal wars in between our masters who have a problem. And this is the peace Holy Donnie wants to make. I'll tell you more about this. This is what it's all about. So this is why no refugees went here. Yeah, but they went to the richer, Europe, it's full of them, or America. They'll come there. And the indigenous Europeans, they have nothing to say nor to decide. They're slaves on their own lands, just like the Indians or other peoples. In fact, Hamas, Qatar, and the other vertical rule caliphate guys hope to spark the entire Middle East and all Muslim countries to come and help the Philistines. But they underestimated the power of horizontal rule Freemasonry, which is a far more powerful brotherhood than, let's say, the Muslim Brotherhood, and far more powerful than Islam itself, which is in fact nothing more than a tool of the vertical rule caliphate. So here you see the square and the compass with the G, the seventh letter in the alphabet, which is the concept of 3 and 4 together. Here you see the Hanjar Muslim sword, of which I will tell you more later on. The SS Muslim divisions, they had this in their logo. Here you see the crescent moon. Here you see Pharaoh. These are the Shriners. There are 500,000 of them, Muslim Freemasons in America, and about 2 million in the world. This hat is called the Fez. Also, the SS division, Muslim division, they had the same hat with this little thing here, probably to cool down. You swirl it around and to cool down, and when it gets too hot, maybe, I don't know. So here it's written here, to all Muslim Freemasons around the world, we wish a happy and peaceful Eid al-Adha, which is a Islamic holiday or festivity. Here you see the square and compass. So here you see one of the logos of Muslim Freemasonry. And here you see 2 minarets, which are like the pillars of Yachin and Boaz of Freemasonry. Here there's the concept of 3, which stands for the compass. And here there are 4 squares, so the concept of 4 for the square, and it is even a square. Here you can see a square, but only in this image here it says square and compass. And this is the crescent moon, like the French croissant, which comes out of the crescent moon. The Austrians in Vienna, they made the croissant. And even here in the minarets, they got the concept of 3 in it. And this is probably the entire globe, like we rule the world. The Freemasons do. So these guys here, and in the picture before, the Oriental Freemason horizontal rule, who rule in most Muslim countries, are the reason that no Philistine refugees were taken into the surrounding Muslim countries, because the Philistines are the slaves of their enemy, of the vertical rule, and politically speaking, the vast majority of Muslim countries are horizontal republics, and therefore friends with the masters of Europe, America, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the so-called West. Therefore, all these Muslims in Europe, because they belong to the same horizontal rule as in the West. Pharaoh's nobility have decided that Muslims are our friends of the West, only because they fit into the same New World Order horizontal rule as the white race does. There is no other reason for which all these Muslims are in Europe and America and the rest. So here you see the Shriners again in America, but there are many Muslim Freemason lodges in the Middle East, because in a republic it needs to. And here it says even Muslim on the fez with the same symbol. Here you see the logo again. You can see here it's Pharaoh. Here's the Pentagon. Here's the croissant. And it says here the concept. Oh, this is interesting. 3 dots for the concept of 3. And here it's 90 degrees or inside. It's a square, so it says square and compass as well. Here you see the Handjar, just like the SS division. And here you can see part of a mosque with a minaret, and here as well. And again, the minarets are posed like the pillars of Yachin and Boaz. So here you can read about the Shriners. It's called the Ancient Arabic Order of the Nobles. That's what I've been telling you. Before they had an old system, the Old World Order, which was a vertical rule. Now the nobles, the nobility, they have a new system since the revolution. It's a horizontal republican rule. They all rule together. That's why it's horizontal, which is called the New World Order. So that's why they show Pharaoh in their logo. He's the head of all the nobles. That's why the nobility, where they come from. That's why it's in the logo. And there's also the Handjar sword and the croissant, everything. You know. So it's the ancient Arabic order of the nobles of the mystic shrine. That's probably some pharaonic shrine of some pharaoh. And this is interesting. The Shriners International is recognizable. Oh, you don't write this with a Z, people. It's with an S. For its Middle Eastern-inspired iconography, ceremonies, and motifs. Shriners were distinctive red fezzes, their hats, as their official headgear, while fraternal regalia often features camels, pyramids, the Sphinx, and other ancient Egyptian and Arabian symbols. The headquarters of local chapters, they call it chapters, just like the Hells Angels, which is also Freemasonry. Most have names such as Egypt, Sahara, Morocco, and Oasis, and many are built in the Moorish revival style, etc. And I have some notable American Shriners. The FBI director, J. Edgar Hoover, his real name was Huber, Swissy. John Wayne, I knew that one. Ernest Borgnine, and Presidents Gerald Ford, Harry Truman, Douglas MacArthur, Earl Warren. Very powerful. And you can read the rest yourself. Now, philanthropy. Look at that. Oh, they look so nice and harmless. They do this, to look harmless. He looks like Jimmy Savile. He was harmless, wasn't he, Jimmy Savile? Wasn't he harmless? Well, they already got the rainbow colors on it as well. Well, they were quick with that. It seems that Holy Donnie plays the role of the Messiah Savior himself to please the American Bible Belt voters in the US. Whereas here in the Middle East, he plays the role of Holy Mustafa. Here you can see Donnie here. And, look, these are the same headdresses here as Pharaoh's having. And here's again, they call themselves the noble Shriners, here with the Hanja sword, and here's Pharaoh, the logo, in a circle which stands for Horus. Here's also the Horus circle, behind the head almost. Pyramids, they know where they come from, the Hanja sword. And this looks like ancient Egypt, everything. It's incredibly rich. They are noble pharaohs. They say it themselves, And you think he's not one of them? He's playing another role here, as he's the theater he's doing, like in America, being the holy savior. I mean, open up your eyes, people. You think Ivanka Trump is one of us because she painted her hair blonde so you can identify with the rulers and with her? Look, here it says Ivanka Trump. Oh, that's her. She really, of course, she really was here. And here again, the Shriners with Pharaoh. And look at the sword they're having, not a black face here. Here the pyramids, the sun behind it. And here the eye in the sky, which is also Horus. It's also like a sun, the crescent moon. Does this look friendly? No, it doesn't. It doesn't look friendly at all. And this here, the blondie with the blonde hair, it's all deception. Just everything is deception. I will tell you what it really is behind the deception. Her name, Ivanka, is not mere coincidence and by choice. Ka is the soul of pharaohs, and Ivan relates to the Russian Tsar Ivan the Terrible. So Ivan Ka means that the person embodies the soul of Ivan the Terrible. It says Ivanka. This is not a coincidence, people. It says the soul of Ivan the Terrible. I mean, these are bloodlines, people, and I've shown you that Trump is from the nobility and he's related to the royal house of Norway and Denmark by blood. And these people don't choose their women, who are not from the nobility, And here you see the Shriners, you see the combination, the alliance of Masonry and Islam, the Hanja sword, the crescent moon, Pharaoh in its pyramids. And here, look at this. Do I have to spell it out for you? This is the inverted pyramid of death, the inverted triangle, like on the Outwick in the concentration camp and on the Palestine flag. No, it's not a coincidence, people. For these pharaohs, there's nothing to be coincidental, and all is calculated. And they even show it in their names, their hand signs, their logos, and their symbols, where they come from, and who they really are. Now, let's relate this to the actual events where Holy Donnie, the peacemaker, is preparing a big war coming up soon with the biggest aircraft carrier ever made being sent to Venezuela. And the name of this extremely powerful warship is, yes, the USS Gerald R. Ford. And we just read that from 1974 to 1978 US President Gerald Ford was a member of the ancient Arabic order of the nobles. So is there a message by sending a warship related to the ancient Arabic order of the nobles? Oh, yes, you bet there is. Barely a week after coming back from the Arabic nobles, he sends a warship related to the ancient Arabic order of the nobles, where Holy Donnie, or should I say Holy Mustafa, made the deal to attack Venezuela, sealed by the choice of names. So here you see it stands here, the USS, the United States ship, Gerald R. Ford. It's always the three names. Be aware if you see the three names, the middle name. It's the concept of three, eh? It's them, our masters. They always have got three names. It's everywhere. Here it says the ancient Arabic order of the nobles. And nobles they are. So here's their logo with pyramids, the square and compass, the inverted pyramid, as in the Outwick and concentration camp, there are pyramids, the Hanja sword like the SS division, the Quassel. And this president was a member of this. And now they call the Swiss like this. Come on, wake up, people. And barely a week since the other one, Holy Donnie, left this area here and the nobles of the Middle East, he sends the ship with this name related to this here, to Venezuela. Oh, come on, wake up. In order to understand how Islam works for the vertical rule feudal nobility that wants a feudal caliphate, you must understand that its founder, Mohammed, was out of the aristocratic family of Quraysh from Mecca. Therefore, the king of Jordan is a Sayyid, which means a descendant of the Prophet Mohammed. And even King Charles of England is a Sayyid, therefore dressing up in Muslim garments all the time, which I've shown you in this video here. So here it says, Charles Al-Windsor bin Arabiyah. I hope I pronounced that right, eh? Charlie. So I made it, I think, 2 years ago, I think. Last year. That's almost 2 years ago. It's on the same channel, and I already made videos about this on my older channel, G.I.U.R.E.H, and my channel, Gatse 15 years ago. Well, I mean, look at him as well. Look at him with his pulse, with the pharaonic headdress here. And look, he even got bullets here. Well, how do you mean these bullets are destined to, eh? Well, for the Europeans, of course. For the English mostly, and the Irish. And also, therefore, the king's pal, Karl Stürmer, recommending Islam all the time. So here it says in German, even on this thing, like when he's knighted. And so this is his name. I'm not going to pronounce it. I pronounce it as I did in the video last year, I think. Karl Stürmer, like der Stürmer. Because this means der Stürmer. And also, so I don't want the AI to find the name of this guy and to find his name underneath this video, like saying this video talks about this and this. So I say Karl Stürmer. So now he's Sir and he got knighted. So Sir, I'll tell you again, Sir, it's from Sar. It's sire, and it's from Sar, meaning in Demotic Pharaonic language, it means the king. So they are pals, This guy here, he only knights his pals, of course. And they both are recommending Islam, that it is so great. And, well, we understand why now, eh? Here you can see how the Mohammed Sayyid bloodline is very much related to the nobility, Pharaoh's nobility, that is. So it's not hard to understand that Islam was created by the nobility, just as Christianity is and all other religions. Like it says in the Bible that Jesus, he was born in the house of David. That's the royal house of King David. I read the whole Bible. In the Old Testament, it's only about genocide and kings, so one genocide after the other, done by the Israelites to other peoples, and it's all about the nobility. And it's the same here. Yeah, look, I read it with you. Muhammad was born in Mecca to the aristocratic Banu Hashim clan of the Quraysh. So, an aristocratic Quraysh family. So, this religion, just as all the other religions, it's all by the nobility. Religion was invented by Pharaoh. And this is all you need to know about Islam, actually. Only this line here, that'll do. Nothing more. Everything is by our masters, the pharaohs. And I've proven you in my videos that the pharaohs, they became the nobility in Europe and all over the world. So here you can read some more about the Quraysh. And it says the tribe, by the 7th century, they had become wealthy merchants, dominating trade between the Indian Ocean, East Africa, and the Mediterranean. The tribe ran caravans to Gaza and Damascus in summer and to Yemen in winter, while also mining and pursuing other enterprises on these routes. So, as today, all the billionaire presidents, the business, it all goes together with power, with politics and nobility. Yeah. So, and here you see the founder, the Prophet Muhammad. He was born in the Banu Hashim, which is a part of the Quraysh. And, well, it says a lot, but yeah. From the 8th century on, Hashemite descent came to be regarded as a mark of nobility, okay, and formed the basis upon which many dynasties legitimized their rule. Some of the most famous Islamic dynasties was Hashemite descent include the Abbasids, ruled from Baghdad and held the caliphate without exercising power in Baghdad. And there were the Fatimids, ruled from Cairo and claimed the caliphate, the Alawi rulers of Morocco, and the Hashemite rulers of Jordan, which I just told you. So they're all Sayyid, all descendants of the Prophet, and they're all from the Banu Hashim nobility, who come out of the Quraysh, the rulers of Morocco and in Egypt and also Saudi Arabia, everywhere. So it's nobility, it's pharaonic. Nothing has changed since the times of Egypt, ancient Egypt. Nothing has changed. So here you can see Donnie's or Mustafa's, Holy Donnie or Holy Mustafa's travels. Here from the JJ base, I call it the JJ base. I have no choice, otherwise they take, apparently, you cannot talk about this land and the people living there. They just take your video off with the AI. It happened to me many times. So then he went to Egypt and Qatar and Malaysia. What did he do there? Look, well, we know this. This was Templars Day, October 13th. That's what I just explained to you. It's not a coincidence. There are no coincidences in the numbers, in the symbology, the hand signs, the names. There are no coincidences, and this is not a coincidence. It's the whole thing. It started around October 13th. It was even a Friday, and it ended the same date as it started. This is not a coincidence. So he went the same day. He was in the JJ base, this one here, and I hope I can show the flag. Maybe I can't even show that. So, and then he went to Egypt the same day, to Sharm el-Sheikh. Well, a sheikh is a member of the nobility. Charm, it means maybe charming, the charming sheikh, the charming prince, like in the fairy tales, like. So now you talk more about the Gaza deals and everything. So he visited the nobility, like in the ancient order, the ancient Arabic order of the nobles, right? And there are 500,000 of them in America. And then he just went back for the weekend. And then the 25th, he went on. And he went to, of course, to Qatar. Again, I mean, why going back to America just for the weekend? He could have gone here immediately. I mean, this is just around the corner where he was in Egypt. So he spoke with an emir, Tamim bin Hamad al-Thani. Al-Thani, it means, is nobility. And this one too, the prime minister, he's also Al-Thani. They're all the same bloodline, you see? Bin Yassim Al-Thani. Or you remember the King of England, bin England, Al-Arabiya bin England or whatever, the King of England. So he spoke here with the nobility, and then the day after he went to Malaysia. What did he do there? He also spoke to the nobility, of course. And then right after speaking to the nobles of the ancient Arabic order, of course, because they're all, well, Qatar is not. Qatar is vertical. But Egypt is horizontal, but they also have Freemasons here. And so he probably talked to all these, nobles of Arabia. And also here. Malaysia is also a Muslim country. And they call it a peace ceremony and a peace conference, yeah, sure. And right after, at the same day, at the end of this, he took his decision to send that ship, the G.I.U.R.E.H Ford, related to the ancient Arabic order of the nobles, by its name. After all this, he made the deal, of course, here. What did he do here? When this happened right after, he made a deal with all these nobles in the Arabic world. He made the deal to send that ship. And the peacemaker is going to make a big war. It's coming up, people. You've been lured into it. By the way, Gerald Ford was one of the worst presidents ever, who wrecked the US economy through recession and inflation. And he pardoned Dirty Dick Nixon, Richard Nixon. And he probably also pardoned Swissy Bob Haldeman because of the Watergate scandal. So it says, here you see Gerald Ford here. And here's Dirty Dick Nixon. And look at the date, September 1974. And when did he become the president? did he become the president? In 1974 till 1978. So this was one of the very first things he did, you know. And here it says in the New York Times, Ford gives pardon to Nixon, who regrets his mistakes. He said, my mistakes I regret. And it was not a mistake. You know, it was on purpose. There's no mistake. The only mistake was that he got caught, eh? And the ones who's really behind it all wasn't even Richard Nixon. It was Bob Haldeman, of a very influential, very powerful Swiss dynasty. And Elon Musk, he's part of that dynasty from his mom's side. So here as well, they don't talk about Bob Haldeman, while he was really the guy who did it, you know, who gave the order and everything. He was the political advisor of Dirty Dick. So it was actually Dirty Bob Haldeman and Dirty Swaziland, you know, as always. And as always, they never talk about Swaziland. They don't even talk about Bob Haldeman. They only talk about the ones who are allowed to fall. Yeah, Swaziland is not allowed to fall. And that's why they had me fall, because I'm the only one in the world that talks about Swaziland. And they tried to eliminate me twice already. And when they tortured me in prison, that's the third time. But they actually the Swiss police shot at me twice. One time even in France. I made a video about it. And they never talk about Swaziland, Never. And remember, this one here to the left is also of the extremely powerful Swiss Haldeman dynasty, just like Bob Haldeman. So it's the same. Again, history is always repeating itself. So Bob Haldeman was the political advisor of the president. Now we got this Haldeman here, of the Haldeman dynasty, who is also a political advisor of the president. Probably the second in line, you know, not on paper, but... And in these times here, of this bloke here, there was also a Swiss political advisor. His name was François Genoux. I already talked about this 15 years ago in my videos. And also this here is the same. Here it says in German, in der nationalsozialistischen Bewegung steht nunmehr das deutsche Volk auf zur Vergeltung. So it says in the National Socialist movement, now the German people here will stand up to strike back, like the empire strikes back. So it's the same as today. Let's strike back on the so-called drug trade. But we all know the CIA, the cocaine import agency, is all behind it. Eh? They're just eliminating the other ones, you know, and it's just business. It's the same as now. So they say now, well, let's hit Venezuela. They just try to hit the competition. That's what it's all about. It's only business. Same thing here, and same thing now, and same thing when Gerald Ford had Bob Haldeman. And they don't talk a word about it. Only me, homie Ross, talks about it. The only one on the whole bloody planet. I made these videos here on the Swiss Haldeman dynasty and their loan scum that got immediately taken off and eliminated by the YouTube censorship. But you can still see them here at Brighteon on my G.I.U.R.E.H channel. The same name as the channel here. So here you can see Bob Haldeman. The same powerful Haldeman dynasty as this one here. You see the resemblance maybe? President Gerald Ford and a member of the ancient Arabic order of the nobles was extremely bad for America, because he was serving other masters, just like Holy Donnie does, who most likely serves the very same masters of the ancient Arabic order of the nobles that has 500,000 members in the US. I'm not religious, but I hope that all the American Bible bangers watch this video and see how they're being duped by the Great Deceiver. So here you see again the logo of the Masons, and these are Masons, and here says Ancient Arabic Order of the Nobles. And here is the Christian cross versus the dollar, just as on the $1 sign, where it says, "In God we trust." Same thing. And here it says from the Bible, Luke 16:13, "No servant can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will be loyal to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and mammon at the same time." So this is what Holy Donnie does, he's saying God, God, God on October the 13th, and he's showing himself with a cross behind his ear, like he's the big savior, and at the same time he's one of the richest people on the planet. So the Bible says it doesn't go together, it doesn't go well together, it doesn't go at all together. You can't be a billionaire and believe in the cross and all that. And again, I'm not even religious, so how come that I understand this and you Bible bangers, you don't get it? Personally, I'm not against religion, but when political decisions are based on religious deceit and wars are led under the inverted cross, then I will strongly oppose both the deceiver and his followers. In the Bible, it says that the sign and moment of the great deceiver of the end times is when ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. Matthew 24:6-8. And I'm not even religious, but I have the gift to see evil and pierce through the veil. So here it says, and ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. We can see it coming, eh? The great deceiver. This is the moment when the great deceiver is here, who is absolutely serving two masters. You can't serve the cross and at the same time the dollar. This is the law, which it says in the Bible. And again, I'm not religious, but these are interesting things. We see it unfolding now. Also, the Ayatollah Khomeini of Iran was a Sayyid descendant of Mohammed, the Prophet, together with the actual Ayatollah Khamenei and divine leader of Iran. So here you see the Ayatollah Khomeini, and here as well, he is bursting through the American flag. Why? Well, because it's a theocratical, vertical rule, dictatorship, whereas America is a horizontal rule republic. That's what it's all about, nothing else. They've got nothing against, actually, the Iranian people. They have nothing against the American people, but they are quite brainwashed. So here it says he was a Sayyid Ayatollah, a Sayyid, a descendant of the Prophet Muhammad. Therefore, as the Ayatollah leaders of Iran are descendants of the Prophet Muhammad, who was in fact an Arab of the aristocratic Quraysh nobility, then the Ayatollahs are in fact also Arabs of this Quraysh nobility, whereas the Iranians are so-called Indo-Germanic, also called Indo-European, who are in fact ruled and suppressed by a foreign power. And it gets even worse. In Iran, they have the very brutal Pasdaran and religious police, also called the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, that in fact mostly consists of Arabs and members of Hezbollah from Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq, who are also Shia Muslims, just as the ones in Iran. So here you see the Pasdaran, and here you see some of the victims, but there are thousands of victims who are being butchered, and all these young people lost an eye, and thousands more. And here you see they're doing, like Hezbollah, the drugs money and oil business, atom bomb here. And this is their logo, which I explain to you, as usual, in a minute. Etymologically, even the word Ayatollah is Arabic and not Persian. And it means in Arabic, sign of God, from the Arabic word ayah or ayat for sign, and Allah meaning God. So the not very Iranian Ayatollahs are related to the ancient Arabic order of the nobles. So here you see Ayat Allah, Ayatollah, sign of God, which is Arabic and not Persian. So here it says the word Ayatollah comes from Arabic, from the phrase Ayat Allah, which means sign of God. The term is used as a title for, well, it's not important. Here, Arabic origin, the word is composed. Here it says Ayah and Allah. This is interesting. Here it says IA and not AI. Well, because I bought my computer in France, it says aperçu, intelligence artificielle. They do it always the other way around. Eh? So in Iran, the word of the Ayatollah is Arabic. It's not even Iranian. And the Iranians are being oppressed by Arabs in the uniforms of the Pasdaran. So here you can read it. The Muslim conquest of Persia, the Arab conquest of Persia, which occurred from 633 to 651, led to the collapse of the Sasanian Empire and the spread of Islam across the region. Driven by a unified Islamic fervor, strange word, eh? It means warmth, I think. Arab armies capitalized on the Sasanian Empire's internal weakness and secured decisive victories in major battles like Qadisiyah and Nehavand. The conquest resulted in significant cultural and religious transformation. Oh yeah. With most of the population eventually converting to Islam through the process was gradual and resulted in both new and old tradition coexisting for a time. So you see the Iranians, they are oppressed. You see it in the language and you see what's happening, and they are oppressed by a foreign power. Does it sound familiar? Look, it happened already to the Persians, and they got conquered, and now they're prisoners on their own lands. So, guess who's next? I can't say much more due to the censorship, but you just punch pause, and I'll let you read all the signs here. They can say it here, but I'm not allowed to say it, you see. Look here. To the left is the flag and symbol of Hezbollah. whom I call Hashbollah, as you can read here, because they're in the global drugs trade together and united with South American cartels and also with gangsters in Africa. Therefore, the symbol of the world in their logo, because they are global gangsters. And on the right side, the logo of the brutal Pasdaran Islamic God has the same globe, which is also a circle for the compass. And here in the L is the 90 degrees for the square, with even a total square in the Pasdaran logo. So in both flags it says square and compass for the Freemasons. Just as their collaborators of MS-13 on the other side of the globe, where MS is short for Mason. And well, 13 I've just discussed before in October 13th of the Knights Templars. So here it says October 13th, that's the 13, and Mason, this is Mason, Friday the 13th. And look here, they've got a lot of tattoos with a pyramid, and they're globally, just as in the logo of the Hashbollah and the Pasdaran. They also have the globe. They all work together nowadays. And you see the pyramid. Well, they say MS. It's from the words Mara Salvatrucha. Mara, it means a swarm. And they also say it's a road in El Salvador. So Salvatrucha is El Salvador. But Mara in Demotic, as we only know actually in Demotic in Demotic Pharaonic language from ancient Egypt, only the consonants were written, and there is the word mer or meru, which means pyramid. You know, Mara, meru. You know, and here it is, the pyramid. So, and it all goes back to Pharaoh. All these organizations, you know, the Masons, they come out of the Knights Templars. The Knights Templars, they are of the nobility, and the nobility comes out of here, Pharaoh. And you see, this is a concept of three corners, three sides, and there are 4 arrows, which is a concept of 4. So it does say here, square and compass, it says 13, it says Mason, well, everything is there, right? So back to their collaborators in the Middle East. Also, both flags of the Hashbollah and Pasdaran show vertical lines for the vertical rule of the Caliphate feudal system of Pharaoh's nobility, of the ancient order of the nobles, the ancient Arabic order of the nobles. Strange, though, that there are these vertical lines, because Masonry is explicit Republican horizontal rule. But I will explain that to you. So this is the Hashbollah flag, and this from Iraq, Lebanon, Syria. And here is the Pasdaran from Iran, but not by the Iranian people. They are occupied by the Arabs, who forced the religion onto them. And look, it's the same. So here it says Hashbollah. I call them Hashbollah because they all deal in drugs and criminal activities. And here it's Pasdaran, which is the name for the Islamic God. And look, it's the same logo, you know. And they got the assault rifle here with the hand sticking out. They both got the globe, just like MS-13 here. Here's the globe. Here's the hand sticking out. Well, the L here is a square. And the Earth here stands for the compass. You need a compass to make this circle. So it says square and compass. Here as well. Look at the square here. I mean, unmistakably. And here is the globe. So it says here square and compass. Same logos. And it's the same right hand. Here's also the right hand. And here are those vertical lines I told you about. The vertical rule. And here as well. They both have it. Here, the vertical lines. Which is funny because Freemasonry is actually explicitly horizontal rule. But they sort of mixed it up together, you know, the Masonry together with the vertical rule of the Caliphate. It's again another mixture of it all. And related to this incoherent inconsistency, remember this video here, where I show you that Saladin, or Salahaddin in Arabic, was a member of the Oriental branch of the Knights Templars, which the original Knights Templar website announced, and in many other places. They're getting so bold, you know, they don't even hide it anymore. So this here it says it's a knightstemplar.org. That's official. So this is Salahaddin, and it says the Templar knighting of Salahaddin. He was the Caliph, and he was Kurdish actually, but he was the Caliph of Egypt, where actually the Templars went to. That's why they got confronted, because of Egypt, the pyramids, where they got the Templars' treasure from. And also here, you can see this. Yeah, it says Muslims in membership with the Templar. Well, it's not everything on it. There. Yeah, Muslims in membership with the Templar Order, historical facts and authentic arrangement for Templar Muslim cooperation. That's what I've been telling you for 15 years here. You know, they just let the people fight, you know, and they are friends. They're often the nobility. This guy was a caliph. And this is how a Kurdish guy gets to rule over Egypt. Because it's the nobility, and the Kurds also have the nobility, which is a totally different race in between, you know, covering all the countries altogether. You know, it's like over it all. And you see birdie again. You can see this is the falcon, of course. And here the Temple of Solomon. They talk about the order of the Temple of Solomon. And this is here where you can find it. I made it 6 years ago when I was filming on this channel a lot of Templar commanderies in Spain. Here you see it. Sean Ross in the Badlands in Spain, going after them Templar pharaohs, etc., etc. Oh, here, the enemy of both Europeans and Arabs. You know, we all got the same enemy. So it's on my channel, Homeland Security, which fits nice in the whole thematics. I guess that in the Middle East, the Freemasons are deviant from the original Freemason standards of the horizontal rule, which is undoubtedly the result of Taqiyya. The Taqiyya of the vertical caliphate infiltrating the horizontal republic. Or here, in this case the invaders and their religion lying to the indigenous Persian people of Iran. So here it says Taqiya. Here you see the uniform with all the different badges and logos of the Pasdaran, which is Taqiya, because in the first place they're not even Iranians, but they are Arabs who invaded the country a long time ago. And so here's a flag as well. So they got it everywhere. And at the same time, it shows square and compass, although it's a vertical theological dictatorship, theocratic dictatorship. Taqiyya is an Arabic word and Islamic concept, allowing, and I quote, the guy to the left is saying it here, you can read with me, in Islam, we are allowed to lie for the sake of Islam and Allah. We will even pretend to be friends with the enemy and deny our faith if necessary. And this was a Muslim here to the left saying it himself, an Islamic teacher telling it to his pupils and teaching the Ummah. So here, I'll read this one to you for you as well. We are experts in pretending. Look, there's some more pretending here to the right. Our religion deliberately teaches us to lie for the sake of dawah, spreading religion and the benefit of the Ummah. The Ummah is the whole world of Muslims. If necessary, we pretend to be good and friendly to the kufr, the kafir. The kufr, that's the unbelievers, the infidels, but then become radical when our numbers grow bigger. This is what they're teaching. These are translations of what they're saying, and even in English, they're saying these sort of things, you know. And this one here, to the right, perfectly fits into the description of Taqiyya, making you all believe that she is one of you. I call her Ivanka bin Rabia al-Taqiyya. You're being fooled, people, and they even have a name for it. Look, here it says Ivanka bin Rabia al-Taqiyya. You know? There she is, Ivanka. Look, here vertically it says Taqiyya. And the flags here are also part of the Taqiyya and show the same arm and hand holding a similar type of assault rifle. So even the comparison of the two logos proves that the Iranian Pasdaran members are Hezbollah or Hezbollah, whereas the Triple M falsely says that it is the other way around and that Iran is the mastermind behind Hezbollah. Wrong. Just one simple question. Where does Islam come from? The Persians or the Arabs? Oh yes, the whole shebang is from the Arabs and the ancient Arabic order of the G.I.U.R.E.H nobles who oppress the Indo-Germanic people of Persia in a brutal theocratic dictatorship. To say that Iran is behind it all is just another Taqiyya. Just listen to another Taqiyya from yet another tablecloth dude, and probably adding, look only at my head, where the removed tablecloth went to, so you don't see the gun under the table. Kind of super tablecloth Taqiyya the triple T, the tablecloth takia trick. Triple M means the master's mega media, which I use to avoid AI censorship in our great free world. It says triple M means master's mega media. You think this word here and here that I don't even want to pronounce anymore is by the resistance? Well, it isn't. It is by the controlled opposition who inserted it with all the dumb slaves using it now. Why? Well, they want those to believe, who don't believe the system anymore, that only the triple M are the liars. So they'll hang on to the alternative media, which today is maybe even worse, as it is entirely infiltrated and almost entirely run by the controlled opposition, where they can feed you even worse disinformation, specially customized for the dissidents by think tanks and teams of professional psychologists, which they can't perpetrate in the triple M in order not to harm their obedient slave selection. I refuse to use their Tavistock Institute vocabulary for the social engineering and stubbornly call them the triple M, simultaneously indicating the concept of three, which is them, our masters, the triple M. So altogether, this means that the Iranians are entirely subdued by the Arabs who brought them Islam in the first place. That can hardly be described as a religion, but more as a political movement, if you see what's going on today in the world. Very soon, Europeans will face the same destiny as their distant Indo-Germanic cousins of Iran. Soon, Karl Stürmer and his pro-Islam pals in Europe, like Macron of France, those in Spain, and the rest, will form the European Pasdaran religious Islamic police and will hand out uniforms, weapons, and armored cars to a pre-selected group of Muslims in Europe in order to subdue and subjugate the Europeans into a vertical rule feudal caliphate, just as they did with the Indo-Germanic tribes of Iran or Persia. So here you can read it. Pasdaran, Islamic Guard in Germany. So they already have it. This is a German town where they're walking around. So this is the pre-selected group, what I've been talking about. And they will give them weapons. They will. It will happen. This is in Wuppertal in Germany. I think that's in the Rheingebiet, I think they call it, the Rhine, around the Rhine in Germany. So it's southwestern, and so this is the pre-selected group, and they're already selected for their religious endeavors, you know, with the beard, and look how they're smiling, like Holy Donnie, you know. It's all holy stuff. And they believe in it, some of them to do something good. That's how it starts, you know, to do something good, like Let's get rid of the drug addicts in the streets, and no dogs will leave their excrements on the streets. But then it will deteriorate, as we see it happening now in the US, with Donnie's private army. In the demotic, pharaonic language of ancient Egypt, the word Sharia means Pharaoh born out of the sun, just as on each cartouche with Pharaoh's name, the name of Horus was inscribed on it. And Horus is the golden eye in the sky, which is the sun, as in Sar-I, Sar-ri-ah. So here you can see it. Sar, it's the king, or Shar. You know, there was this prime minister in the JJ base. His name was Sharon. It's the same, you know. On is Osiris, and Shar, it means the king, or Pharaoh, King Pharaoh. Or the name Sarah, it's in it, in Sharia, you know. It's Sar, meaning the king or the queen. She's the queen mother of the jaywalkers. And pregnant. That's why she's the queen mother. And here it is. Sar is king, Ri is the son, and it means big or pregnant in this case. Pregnant. And all together, you follow the arrows, and it says is Sharia. Sharia. Here in this Saudi royal palace, you can see the sun hieroglyph that represents in this form the Horus sun disk with its two wings on each side. So here it is. This is the sun disk and with two wings on each side. Like the Nazis had this with the, they said, and an eagle in it, and it's everywhere. And, well, the Saudi or the sword royals are pure pharaohs who rule over their Arab slaves through pure Sharia law in their vertical rule caliphate, as in the ancient Arabic order of the Quraysh nobles. It says the ancient Arabic order of the Quraysh nobles. I showed you, there are 500,000 of them in the US. Hey, Donnie? By the way, there are currently 50 million Muslims in Europe. That would make a tremendous army for Pharaoh's vertical rule caliphate in Europe. Not if, but when legally the European governments, as you can see here, give them uniforms and weapons, which will happen very soon now. Also, tablecloth king sword here, as you can see here, is a Sayyid, descendant of the Prophet. It says Sayyid. As the Prophet comes from Mecca, which lies in Saudi Arabia. I'm pretty sure that the traitor of France, here he is, the traitor of France here on the left is telling King Tablecloth, it sounds like a fairy tale. So he's telling the king, the table is ready and soon we'll consume them and put weapons and uniforms on the table. So we can have a worldwide Sharia to rule over the global slaves in Pharaoh's end times vertical rule caliphate. And I swear on Pharaoh's crown here in our flag. So here's the French flag, and they represent the three crowns of Pharaoh. The blue war crown, the White House crown of the Père Het of Upper Egypt and of Lower Egypt, the red crown of the Pertasser. And here, again, the Sharia police, it's already happening. They are giving them uniforms. They're just testing. You know, this is a test. Like, see how the indigenous white race, how they are responding to this. You know, they're just testing, like a thermometer, you know. And you see this in Germany. It says here, Schuhe, which means shoes. And that's why I put in here, Germany. Well, and as everything is forbidden in our perfect freedom society, civilization of Pharaoh, democracy, well, let's say there are many germs in the shoes, in the Schuhe. That's all I can say. I'm going to show you here. It says Islam in Europe. So here's a map. I hope it shows. No, it doesn't show everything. Well, anyway, these white countries, they're not in the statistics apparently, but also many Muslims already here, like in Czechia, Slovenia, and so they're actually more than the statistics show. And here you see also Greece, also in Greece and in Portugal, but they didn't make any statistics here. And in Bulgaria, and you know, they're everywhere. And this is Slovenia. What is it? Yeah, this is Slovenia and this is Slovakia. They're also here. And even the Baltic republics. So the numbers they show here, they are on the low side. I must understand it. There's much, much, much more. So I scroll down here. There's a lot more here. And it's about history here. Look, the total number of Muslims in Europe, excluding Turkey, in 2010 was about 44 million. Well, it's excluding a lot more. It's excluding Portugal, and I have to think of that song now. Like, Spanish caravan, take me away, take me to Portugal, take me to Spain. You know, the Arab caravan, eh? And here, look, projections. By 2010, an estimated 44 million Muslims were living in Europe, with around 19 million in the European Union. They are projected to increase to 58 million by 2030. So now we're 2025, so there are at least 50 million now. And that's not even including countries like Portugal. And so I guess we're already at 60 million, you know. It must be. So that makes a huge army. And they are going to give him uniforms and weapons. And they've done it before in history. And I'll show that to you in a minute. You have to know your history, because history is repeating itself all the time. And they've done it before. And millions of Europeans were murdered, and it's not even 100 years ago. So here it is. It's about the Horus name here. I'll read it for you. The Horus name is the oldest known and used crest of ancient Egypt, of ancient Egyptian rulers. It belongs to the great five names of an Egyptian pharaoh. However, more modern Egyptologists and linguists are starting to prefer the more neutral term Serek name. This is because not every pharaoh plays the falcon, the birdie, which symbolizes the deity Horus atop his Serek. So here the birdie is Horus, and it is a falcon. And here it says it's this crest, the oldest known crest. Oh, there it is. It is a falcon. It's everywhere. In the Middle Ages, you see here, the Nazis in America, and it's all from Pharaoh. So here I've proven you that The Sharia is directly related to Horus, to the Saudi kings, and to Pharaoh. And the Saudi kings are pure pharaohs. They want to have a pharaonic rule in the end times, and it will be vertical. Look, and normally the cartouche. This too. It's part of a cartouche on the tomb of a pharaoh. But the cartouche normally in the hieroglyphs, it's like round, like this. I don't know why they don't have the picture here. They probably have it in other languages. They have a better picture. I can have a look. I'll do it quickly. Let's do it in French. No, not very much either. I got the same pictures. Well, let's have a look at the Germans. Deutsch. No, it's everywhere the same. Okay, so Sharia, I've proven it to you. Sar-ri-ah. It's pure pharaonic, and it's the ancient G.I.U.R.E.H order of the ancient Arabic G.I.U.R.E.H order of the G.I.U.R.E.H nobles. And this is Mecca, this is the sword dynasty, as you saw before, who have the sun hieroglyph representing Horus, the birdie, in their palace, just as the nobility has everywhere. I made my first video on this like exactly 15 years ago, the Pharaoh Show. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. It's on my older channels, G.I.U.R.E.H and G.I.U.R.E.H. And here, the same website, a little bit down, you see another cartouche. A cartouche, it means where the name of the pharaohs, and this is how the scholars found it, like Jean-Paul Champollion, who started to translate the Demotic language and the alphabet through this Rosetta Stone. So this is what I wanted to show you. This is the official hieroglyph, some say hieroglyph, for the sun. It's round with a dot in the middle. But the sun hieroglyph usually is without the dot, as we just saw before. And around the same time, Persia got subjugated. The Arab invaders and their religion of peace tried the same in Europe, but got literally pulverized by Charles the Hammer and his Franks in the year 732 at the Battle of Poitiers in France, meaning that 350 years before the Crusades, the Arab Muslims attacked the Europeans. I fear, though, that this time there won't be any Charles the Hammer, but more like Charles the Scammer, with an identitarian tablecloth on his royal head, obviously and openly chosen the side of the Arabs. Similar to Holy Donnie here, of the MAGA movement, and actually standing for Make Arabia Great Again, in the sense of the ancient Arabic order of the Quraysh nobles. Here it says MAGA, which actually means Make Arabia Great Again. And here it says something. Can you read it? What it says? It says 12.5 billion in finalized sales, weapon sales, to Saudi Arabia. So here I made it a bit bigger so you can better read it. And that's what I just told you. They're giving them uniforms and weapons. Why the heck do you do this, Donnie? Huh? Well, Probably because MAGA really means Make Arabia Great Again, as in the ancient Arabic order of the Quraysh nobles with 500,000 members in America. And these two royal tablecloth weapon dealers are from the Quraysh bloodline, and that's officially. I guess for the tablecloth weapons dealers that it's supposedly their camouflage wrapped around their ears, so no one sees them sitting at the table with Donnie. And look how Donnie is selling it to you, as if the average American were also going to get something from the 12.5 billion. Great deal, Donnie. Make America go again. Donnie here always talks about statistics, as you can see in the image to the right. And he apparently loves statistics. Therefore, we can reasonably assume that Donnie knows that statistically there are 4.5 million Muslims in the US. As you can read here, it says Islam in the United States. The 2020 United States Religion Census estimates that there are about 4.5 million Muslim Americans of all ages living in the United States in 2020, making up 1.34% of the total US population. So, and that was in 2020. And if you look at the rapid reproduction they are having, the Muslims, it's in their religion, you know, like in Gaza, they have an average of 12 children per family. I mean, that's why it's so crowded over there, you know, it's not our fault, is it? But the whole Triple M they're doing and the whole world are doing like if it were our fault that there are so many, that's so crowded in Gaza. You know, we all, especially the white man, he's all to blame for this, you know. But they have really big families. So I guess there's probably about 6 million now. They have an incredible rapid reproduction rate. And yeah, there must be about 6 or 7 million, you know. So hey, there's a lot more. You can read it yourself, you know. And hey, Donnie, why don't you show the statistics, mate, with your nice posters you're showing to the media, the Triple M. So then, Holy Donnie, the man of the propagandist cross behind his head, why doesn't the statistic lover show the statistics of imported Muslims into the US? Do you know who or what's behind the mask and shades? Could it be there are Arabs inside, just as the Pasdaran Islamic Guard in Iran? And look, so here you see the American ICE. They're behaving the same. You know, they're terrorizing the people. They have masks and big guns. So this is the Pasdaran. Here's their logo. Remember, I showed it before. It's very important to compare, to understand that it's the same ones behind it, because they have not much fantasy. You know, they're always using the same techniques, the same clothings, the same symbols, the same hand signs. And I think they're bringing the Pasdaran to America. You know, they are terrorizing and subjugating the Iranian people who are not Arabs. They are Indo-European. And the people are actually, most of them, I think they are tired of the whole shebang in Iran. And now these ones here are terrorizing the people. They are behind the mask. It's very important to compare people, because this is how we're going to find out who's behind it or who they really are. There's no transparency, and we don't know what's really hiding inside the uniforms of Donnie's private army. And, with the mask and everything, it's like this. If you're having a mask like this, we all know they're hiding something. Why do you have a mask? Yeah, they're hiding something. Donnie, what are you hiding? Talking all the time with the other Arabian oligarchs and the Russian oligarchs. What are you hiding, mate? So here to the left, you see the ice, and to the right, there's Hamas. They have the same shades here as well, the same masks here as well, same guns here as well, the same ballistical jackets here as well, guns, both sides. They got their names on their chests here as well. So it's the same modus operandi, the same behavior. They look the same, only we don't know if they are the same. You don't see what's inside. No transparency. They're hiding something. So they have total control over the population. They can take you away, put you in a camp, as well as here and here, both the same. And mind you that by now, 4.5 American Muslims speak perfectly accentless American English, with that identitarian, penetrating Yankee nasal sound and all. So what if? What if, huh? And Ivan K. bin Arabiya al-Taqiyya feels like dancing the 1001 Night Tango, just through the sheer thought of her father's ruse, locally pronounced Taqiyya. What's your thoughts on all this, Charlie? No, Charlie, you don't use that Muslim sword to cut the English bread. Yes, but I want to teach that English bread better manners. Chop, chop, old chap. It says, the Royal Order of the Tablecloth, where tablecloth etiquette is needed. Well, by the looks of it, it's a real identitarian conspiracy. It says identitarian conspiracy. Same tablecloth, holy royal order. If you put an S behind ice and make it plural, you get ISIS, which gets pronounced like ISIS, as you can see here. Former ISIS fighters are found everywhere in the Middle East, from Yemen to Libya to Nigeria and also to Gaza. Persistent rumors claim that the CIA brought them there. I have no doubt that the Swiss octagon of the Nazi Templars did this. So here you see the Hamas. Here's their logo here. And here they look like ice in America, because it's the same concept, people. Don't listen to their words, just look at the symbols and the pictures and the facts, right? Just open your eyes. And here it says ice, like in America. If you make it like plural, you get ISIS, which is pronounced like these ones here. So, in English, you can say, you can imagine the Americans soon all running, and they say, oh, ice is coming. Hide ourselves, But you can also say, ISIS are coming. The man, you can say, ICE is coming, the whole group. You can also say, ISIS are coming. And I fear this will happen. It is happening. Look at this picture here. You can't even see if this is in Iran, Gaza, or in the US, because they look the same, do the same, hide the same, and most likely are the same. Funny, huh? At approximately the same time, the Gaza war gradually ended. In the US, all these Hamas-like guys under masks and shades are roaming the streets of America and put humans in prison camps. Just as the Nazis did. Soon, real Americans and finally also jaywalkers will be arrested, as the Nazis also started to arrest illegals and asocial elements like the homeless, and then followed the rest. And also the Nazis persecuted the left-wing Antifa, which in those days were called communists. Again, like a parallel reality, the events are mirrored out of the past, with history repeating itself. With the 7.5 million jaywalkers in the US might find themselves trapped again in a potential replica of history. So again, I always have to say this, otherwise they take away my film maybe. This is a jaywalker, after the October 7th or a year later maybe. I have no problem with these people. And I believe that this here really happened. I'm a historian, so I'm not saying it didn't happen. It's not a joke. I'm very serious. We see history repeating itself, and I'm against Nazis, and we must do something against it because it's happening. This is why this guy has the inverted triangle of death on his arm, just like in the Auschwitz or in the Auschwitz. The red is for the political prisoners. That would be me. I was a political prisoner in Swaziland for 5.5 years, only for opening up my mouth. There's a lot of political prisoners in Swaziland. A lot of Arabs, actually, and I didn't have any problems with them. Yeah, look, it even says on his chest, Auschwitz. It's coming now, and it's bad. Look, here it says American jaywalkers. I'm not allowed to pronounce this word here, otherwise they take my film off. The AI will recognize it. And it happened to me before, I can tell you that. And I don't want that to happen again. And again, I have no problems with these people. So here you can read it, some about it. Here, as of 2020, the American jaywalker population is estimated at 7.5 million people, accounting for 2.4% of the total US population. That was in 2020. Well, they don't have such large families as the Muslims, so I guess it's still the same. People get born, people die, so I guess it's still 7.5 million. So you can read it all yourself. It's quite a long website here. So these guys, I can tell you, the jaywalkers, you better prepare, because we're being lied to by the politicians. Remember how on October 7th, the JJ base got betrayed by its own army, its own politicians, its own secret service, who all knew it was going to happen. So you better get prepared that in America, that the politicians who are now smiling and being so nice, and so charming, that they're also lying. Of course they are. So you can see here to the right is America, and here to the left is Palestine. And they look the same thing is going on, they got the same shades, the same masks, you don't know who's hiding underneath. The population actually here are Sunni Muslims, and these guys are Shia Muslims. And, and I suppose that these guys here, although they speak perfectly American English, you don't know what's hiding underneath, So history will always continue to repeat itself, as we can see now, until we're ready to stop them once and for all. So it's the same era, and the same things are happening on the left here and on the right. So this is not a coincidence. And they look the same. Here is in the Middle East, in Gaza, the same masks, the same violence. And this is in America, same masks, same violence, the same complete lack of human rights. And here it says, the US Pasdaran Islamic Guard of America. And I fear that behind the masks of Donnie's ICE or ISIS are Hamas and ISIS members, enabling the US Pasdaran Islamic Guard of America to create a vertical rule caliphate for Pharaoh's nobility, because it's this what Pharaoh's nobility wants, to go back in a feudal system as in the time of kings. This is why you were protesting no kings, no kings. Well, I give you all the answers. Why? This is the reason, yeah? So you should make protest signs, no kings, vertical rule, feudal system. It all must be in there. Okay? So again, here it says the US Pasdaran Islamic Guard of America, which is completely related with the no kings, or actually kings. And here you can see again in this picture that the image to the left is very identical to the image to the right. And it happened before in history, less than 100 years ago, that our pharaonic masters gave uniforms and weapons to Muslims in Europe, who in a true jihad butchered millions of Europeans. So you think this is nonsense and impossible? And what if I would tell you that they did this before and handed out weapons and uniforms to at least 100,000 Muslims in Europe, who slaughtered at least 500,000 defenseless Europeans, their wives and their children, in a genuine jihad on European soil not even a century ago. And they allegedly will do this again very soon. Moreover, if you see that today, in October 2025, they actually are doing it again at this very moment, where the Muslim Arabs of Sudan are genociding the non-Muslim Nubians and repeating their 2005 genocide, killing 500,000 non-Muslims by the Arab Janjaweed, meaning demons on horseback. Some of you might have heard ganja weed as janjaweed, probably also related to ganjaweed, as drugs are used to mentally enable the butchery, to bring them into a sort of religious ecstasy, similar to what the Nazis did using pervitin amphetamines. So here you can see here, this is the Ansar Islamic SS division. And actually the SS in demotic, you write only the consonants, so it says ISIS here, if you want. And under the swastika, they had this is the Hanja sword. And they did a real jihad in Europe, and they got weapons and uniforms by the Nazis. And this, of course, birdie is the falcon representing Horus, and this is the sun, because this is the sun disk, the Horus sun disk. 12 years ago, I made this video about the Swiss involvement in the Darfur genocide. And soon after the video, the Swiss Gestapo came by again to haul me up once more. Apparently, the Swissies were not too pleased with my video. Thus, I became the most hated person in Swaziland, merely for speaking out and telling the truth. So here's the title. It is the Swiss Darfur genocide airplane from Pilatus, from, again, related to Pontius Pilatus, who apparently, at the end, he went to Switzerland. And this is why they called this Swiss airplane, as you saw before, they called this Pilatus, because Pontius Pilatus was also a killer. He was the guy who killed the man on the cross, right? So the jaywalkers never did this. It was Pontius Pilatus. The Romans killed the man on the cross. So it's the airplane from Pilatus, Switzerland, for Chad and Sudan and the low-cost dictators, which I'll explain in the video on my other channel, Gatse Frats, and I made it in October 12 years ago. European politicians like Der Stürmer, Macron, and the rest of the bunch allegedly have it all prepared and obviously have something cooking. And the Great Deceiver of America needs to play yet another game and hide his devious intentions, because America is heavily armed. So Holy Donnie pretends he's one of us, or at least one of the religious fundamentalist Christian Americans, while on the contrary, he is living in Mar-a-Lago in an Arabic Muslim-style house or palace. So he feels more at home in the sense of the ancient Arabic order of the nobles. So he can invite his caliphate pals from the Middle East. Mi casa es tu casa. So this is actually inside of Mar-a-Lago, which is the name of his house there, or villa. And it's in Spanish. Mar, it means the sea. And Lago, it means the lake. But Mar, or Mer, or Meru, it also means the pyramid in Demotic, Pharaonic. And here, mi casa es tu casa is also Spanish, and it means my house is your house. Well, this is, I mean, you can fit this guy in here, can't you? And look at this creepy vampire lamp, it looks like a Dracula place. It's so creepy. So here it says again, Mar-a-Lago. Here is Donnie. And look at this. This is not a Christian house. This is a Muslim house. He's standing in his house in Mar-a-Lago, his favorite Muslim Arabic house. And look at with their hands. It seems they're both saying the same thing. Mi casa es tu casa. Well, of course, this guy, he fits in here, It's the same house where he would be living in Arabia, the same palace. So don't believe it that he's a Christian with that cross behind his head. He's just selling it like a businessman, so you do everything, and so he needs your consent, for the concentration camp. So you do everything he says. Can't you see that? So Mar-a-Lago is the name of Donnie's Oriental residence in the town of Palm Beach in Florida, where December 2024, this picture was taken with two sunflower-like aliens with eyes and all. The place is creepy as hell. What must the Epstein girls must have felt when allegedly taken there? It looks demonic to me. And this is how they make you believe their lies. They use demons. Look at it here. And this is also in Mar-a-Lago, where he's living in the Oriental Palace in Palm Beach, Florida. Look at this. Here you can see the eyes here with blue, like these long elongated skull forms with the sunflower. And the sunflower is also a representation of Horus, the Horus sun disk. And here's a coat of arms because he's of the nobility. I've shown you that he's of the nobility. He's related to the royal house of Denmark and Norway. So just before he became the president, in 2025, he came here to this demon stuff, So to get initiated probably in another way. And here he got the blue tie of the blue war crown of ancient Egypt, of the pharaohs. Also in Donnie's Oriental Palace of Mar-a-Lago, which you can see here, there is a bust of a Roman emperor resembling the dictator of Russia, Mad Vlad Putin. And imagine taking the furniture out, and this creepy place in a few minutes gets transformed into a mausoleum, torture chamber for demonic practices like teenage virgins abused on the sacrificial altar. I'm not a Christian myself, but I fear this house is far from being Christian, and neither is his owner, who rather seems to be closer to the Bible's antagonist. The bust of Mar-a-Lago most likely represents the biggest genocider of all times, Emperor Caesar, or maybe even both Putin and Caesar, who are supposedly both out of the same pharaonic bloodline, or maybe allegedly even cloned. The depth of your soul are allegedly as dark as a medieval dungeon, Donnie. So here you can see a lot of sinister-looking individuals with a magic ball who seem to be conspiring against the world while unleashing the ice devil and forming that announced global pasdaran of ISIS, the ice in plural. Only 80 years ago in Europe, our masters gave uniforms and weapons to various Muslims, like Arabs, Philistines, Azerbaijanians, Bosnians, and Albanians, to do a brutal jihad on European men, women, and children. So, you see, they gave him uniforms and weapons. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Here it says Muslim SS Division. He is reading Mein Kampf by Adolf. Yeah, you see, they got these Muslim hats here. Here they got the logo of the SS Handschar Division with 16,000 men. It's the Arabian sword, just like the that order, the ancient Arabic order in America. Yeah, and why? Because this is the vertical rule, and the same as the Nazis in the beginning. That's what they thought. Until Adolf, he betrayed even the Nazis, and because he was a British spy. I made a very long video about it, but because in the beginning of the Second World War, it was all about bringing back the emperor, the German emperor, on the throne, William II, which is a vertical rule. This is why they were together. You know, the German nobility and the Austrian nobility, of course, it's all vertical rule, together with the Caliphate guys, which is also a feudal system. This is why they were together. And this is what they want again. Donnie? One of the Muslim specialities was the sledgehammer, as you can see here, about which, funny enough, I had to think when followed by two blokes with sledgehammers in an ancient Templar commandery 7 years ago. And remember that Nazis were and still are the Nazi Templars. So there is a link there, you know, these guys following me with sledgehammers. And here you see the Muslim SS division, the Handschar. These are the same, they have the same logo here as this one here. You know, you see the arm with a Handschar sword. The Germans, they pronounce it as Handschar. And here you see the swastika. Here you got those, here you can see it better, those Muslim fez hats with this thing here hanging on it. And here he's got the hammer. This is a sledgehammer. And especially in the brutal concentration camp of Jasenovac, they use this. I found some quite disturbing pictures, so I'm not going to show it, otherwise they take my video away. And so this was their speciality. And apparently, for the insiders, Jasenovac was the most brutal of all concentration camps. The river next to it was completely red of blood. If you can even imagine that there's something more terrible than the Outwick, but it was more brutal. Apparently, even the Germans were afraid of Jasenovac. So here you see that video of these guys with the sledgehammers in a 1,000-year-old Templar commandery called Parasol in the south of France. You see he's looking at me. Here's a sledgehammer. Here's another sledgehammer. And so I had to dash. I had to run for it. So here's the title. Reptilian Statues and Ancient Satanic Knights Templar Commandery with Extraterrestrial Alien Alphabet. And it's on the same channel as this one here. Here you see it 7 years ago. And Templars, Nazis, it's the same thing. Maybe that's why they were and still are, because the Nazis won the war, the Germans lost it. And they are the Nazi Templars, which I've explained to you in my film, The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil, Part 1. There are 19 parts. And so there's a link between Nazis and Templar and the sledgehammer. It's all connected, you see. So our masters gave them weapons and uniforms in Europe already once. And it will happen again, as history always repeats itself. So here it says the Muslim SS division, and here you can see it better here. This is the Hanjar, the sword. Also Hamas, they're having it, they all have it. And it's the same basically, here's the arm, here's the swastika. Here are the fezzes, with this thing here, the Muslim hats. And he's reading a book in German. At least it says here in German. I can't pronounce this, but in English it says Islam and the J.I.U.R.E.H religion. This means the J.I.U.R.E religion. From here to here, 5 letters, it means the J.I.U.R.E. And this, if you add this, it's the religion. If you add Heit, H-E-I-T, after this, it means all the J.I.U.R.E together, the whole global community of J.I.U.R.E. So, yeah, it's vertical versus horizontal rule. So, during World War II, the Nazis had the European Pasdaran Islamic Guard, consisting of the Bosnian Muslim SS division Hanjar of 26,000 men, who officially murdered at least 400,000 Europeans, and mostly Serbs in the Balkans. So here it says the Bosnian SS division Hanjar, and this is the Hanjar, and they're all Muslims with their hammer and all. The Hanjar Muslim SS division was notoriously famous for having the European and his family kneeled at the edge of a big ditch or pit, and then give him a big blow to the back of the head with the sledgehammer, with gravity doing the rest. These are all authentic mass murder pictures from Yugoslavia during World War II, showing Muslims in action. I know that history always repeats itself, with all Western politicians working on it. The Nazis also had the Muslim Albanian SS division Skanderbeg of 6,500 men, who participated in ethnic cleansing of many Europeans in the Islamic Jihad, slaughtering tens of thousands of mostly Serbs. So here it says Albanian SS division Skanderbeg, and here you see them. They have this camouflage uniforms, and they have the death skull, Totenkopfverbände. And here you see a German soldier, or in this case probably a Nazi, shaking hands with the Albanians, and this is the Albanian coat of arms. There was the horrendous Muslim Azerbaijani legion of 40,000 men who slaughtered in a true jihad in Poland, Russia and the Ukraine at least 1 million white Europeans, like during the Wola massacre in Poland, which you can see here, where in 1944, near Warsaw, 50,000 Poles and their children were slaughtered by the Muslim Azerbaijani Legion, who were known as cutthroats. So here you see him in 1944, just before the slaughter of 50,000 defenseless families, Europeans, in a true jihad. And it says here, Azerbaijani Legion, and they were not from the SS, they were from the Wehrmacht. So many people say, well, the Wehrmacht, you know, they never did anything wrong, they were the normal soldiers, it was only the SS. No, it's wrong. The Wehrmacht also, they did ethnic cleansings and mass murders, just as the SS. And history will repeat itself. That's why I'm showing you this. They will do it again. In our time, we can see tensions building up, hatred augmenting, politicians laughing, violence getting more brutal and lethal, politicians still laughing, rapes everywhere, and Donnie making deals with Arab sheikhs and whatnot. The masters definitely have something cooking. So here it says Free Arabian Legion, in German Legion-Freies Arabien. You all recognize the flag, don't you? You see it a lot in the streets nowadays. Here you might think there are German soldiers marching. No, they're all Arabs, as I told you before. They gave them uniforms to do genocides. They did it once and they will do it again. It's coming. We see it happening now. So there was even the Free Arabian Legion together with Sonderverband 287, and they have a Palestine flag where it says here in the right in German Legion-Freies Arabien, which means Free Arabia. Just as today, where it says Free Palestine, which should be more like Flee Palestine, with hundreds of thousands of them fleeing to the west, with uniforms of the Free Arabian Legion waiting for them, with a Philistine flag on it to create the European Pasdaran Islamic Guard. So here once again, and here as well, you see the logo with the Philistine flag almost. It's only this little tip is different here, same colors, everything. It says here, Freies Arabien. And here it says Legion, Freies Arabien, the Free Arabian Legion. So, you know, the uniforms are German, made by the Nazis actually, but you can see these are no Germans, eh? And these guys were doing a genocide on Europeans. And they were also waiting to do it on the jaywalkers, but it didn't happen because the Afrika Corps with General Rommel, they lost the Battle of Tobruk, and they didn't get past through Palestine. So you can see they gave him uniforms before, you know, look, even with the Horus falcon here, with the swastika in it here as well. They gave him uniforms, they did a genocide, and history will repeat itself. They did it before, our masters gave him the uniforms, and it will happen again, as everything in the past will be repeated every time. Here you can see the Muslim Arabic soldiers of the Sonderverband 287. That means Special Unit 287, who were butchering Europeans in the Ukraine and also in Yugoslavia in the Balkans. you can all see in the picture that they are not Germans, but rather Arabs, accentuated by their flag with Arabic words. And here's their logo on the 287 badge, with not very German palm trees, with a lot of 90-degree squares in the swastika, and a circle forming the rising sun. So it says square and compass, as the Nazis, in fact, came out of the Freemasons, who are the political wing of the Knights Templars. And why is it the rising sun and not a sunset? Well, because the Germans call the Middle East das Morgenland, or the morning land, which is the Levant in English. Etymologically, from the French word se lever, meaning to rise. The Germans call Europe das Abendland, the evening land. And soon our pharaonic masters will give in the evening land uniforms and weapons to the guys from the morning land. Und dann ist es Feierabend, the German would say, roughly meaning game over. So here you see them, that they are not Germans. And here's the logo, the badge here, which is this one here with the palm tree, the rising sun here, and which is a circle. And here the swastika, where there are many squares, 90 degrees. For all the initiated, it says here square and compass, because with a compass you can make a circle like the sun. And of course it's also related to the Horus sun disk. And here it says Sonderverband 287. Sonder, it means special, like the Einsatzgruppen, Sonderverbände, these two. Sonder, it means special, and Verband is like a unit, special units. Not special forces, special units, with a special task. So you see here again, they gave him uniforms, they gave him weapons and helmets and a nice badge and all that, which is identitarian. And then the genocides happened. And history will repeat itself. Here you can even see the Free Arabian Legion in Nazi uniforms given by our pharaonic masters. It seems they are in some Arab country here, which is probably Libya. And if the Allies wouldn't have stopped them during World War II, then there wouldn't have been any need for October 7 nor October 13th to have ever happened. Because there wouldn't have been any JJ base and no jaywalkers in their horizontal rule base in the Levant at all. And if you relate the name Legion Freies Arabien or Free Arabian Legion into the context with the current events and the horrors of World War II, you should ask yourselves, Arabia should be free from what or free from whom? Well, the answer to that question is related to the Islamic concept of Dar al-Islam, which has already led to quite a few massacres and genocides, which I will explain to you later on. So here you see the badges of the free Arabian Legion here as well. It's the Philistine flag, almost the Philistine flag as today. You see all the people in Muslim garments everywhere. So apparently they are in Libyan and they all have German uniforms. Here it says Legion Freies Arabien, the Free Arabian Legion. So our masters gave them uniforms. Why did they do this? Did the German people, did they even know about this? Oh, I don't think so. They don't even know it, not today. They don't know nothing. So it all has a purpose, and I fear, and the proofs actually are here, that they want to create of course, they want to create a vertical rule feudal system, a caliphate. And for that, they need to have a Pasdaran Islamic God, just as in Iran. People, the masters have done this before. And what I always emphasize here, that history will repeat itself very soon. So here you can see that Nazi Legion, Freies Arabien, the Free Arabian Legion. I just showed it before, but I have to show you the significance of that it is this flag here of the Philistine thing. Here's this red, only it's not going all the way here. And this flag already was there before the inverted pyramid in the camps, in the extermination camps, were there. So I suppose this is why they changed it. Maybe Yasser Arafat did, or so they put this little part of the inverted pyramid in it as well. So here's red, like here. Here's black, white, and green, like here, black, white, and green. It's the same flag. And so there are officially already 360,000 Philistines in the West, and probably even a lot more, as our masters always hide everything from us until it is too late. So, and this is only a very small part. I mean, there are many more, as we know. And history has taught us what they are capable of in Europe, even. Not very long time ago. So here you can read about the Philistines. I just don't want to pronounce that name because of the YouTube censorship, most of all. And so here you can see regions with significant populations. And here you can see there are 2 million in the JJ base. I call this the JJ base, also because of the censorship. 500,000 in Chile, which is even more than in Saudi Arabia or in Qatar. The big friends of Qatar. Hardly hasn't taken any of them. Here, America, almost 250,000. Germany, 200,000. Comparatively, Egypt, only 135,000. They're even in El Salvador, 70,000. Brazil, 50,000. Canada, almost 50,000. Turkey has only 23,000, can you imagine? United Kingdom, 20,000. And Mexico 13, Colombia 13,000, the Netherlands, we don't even know it, like 15,000, Australia 7,000, Sweden 7,000. This Arab country, Algeria, only 4,000. You know? And I will explain that to you why, or maybe I already have, why in the Muslim countries they don't take these refugees. And then again, Palestine is just this tiny little bit here. But these are also Muslims and Arabs. And I'm just showing this because of the same flag of the Free Arab Legion. And they want to free, apparently, they want to free Arabia from something or somebody, and which is related to the Dar al-Islam. So here you can read about the Sonderverband 287, and here it says Wehrmacht, you know, and here it says Arabic, you know, Luftwaffe, well, you know what that is, eh? German, or the Nazi Air Force. No, it's the German Air Force, actually, they still call it like that, I think. And, well, you see, they're all Arabs. And I can only find it in German here, but I'm sure if you punch it somewhere, and you can find it in English. So they were murdering people in Europe. So here it says, here it says in Yugoslavia, and I think it said also somewhere the Ukraine. I hear Caucasus, and direction Iran. Oh, they were everywhere. I hear the Ukraine. In 1942, they were in the Ukraine as well, killing people. Mostly civilians, soft targets, you know, that's easy. So here it is in English. Here it says 16 languages before there wasn't anything. Here it says the Free Arabian Legion with the actual Palestine flag. And here says the guy here, Amin al-Husseini, already talked about him. Was it there? Leading them. And here you can see they were in the Caucasus. And all the time of course, they are in Yugoslavia. Yeah, they were in Greece, Yugoslavia, and murdering people. So, what are Muslims doing in Europe in Nazi uniforms murdering Europeans? I mean, we should seriously ask ourselves this question. Very seriously. So here you see him stand. Oh, this is Sonderverband 287. There they are. I already showed you the badge before. Having German Mauser rifles, you see, in German uniforms. But they don't look very German. And considering the actual situation, this is very important to understand this. Very important. Here they got the Palestine flag here. Potato masher here. And I thought it was a religion of peace. I mean, what's going on here, eh? So, the Free Arabian Legion, you can read it yourself. Did I show it all the way to the bottom. There's even Sonderverband 288, you know. There is a 87 and an 88. I don't know how many there were. So I'll let you read it yourselves. I only want to show you that they gave him weapons and uniforms before. And then they started killing Europeans. That's all what I want to show you. So here are the Albanians with their flag here. And here it says the 21st Waffen, that means weapons, Mountain Division of the SS Skanderbeg. And so now we get to the SS. Afterwards before it was Wehrmacht. So I'll let you read it yourself. I could make a 20-hour video about this, saying things, but here it says, after the war, the Bosnian Muslim former members of the 13th SS Division, that was Handschar, stated that while with the division, the Albanians had shot unarmed civilians and were very brutal. Well, probably the Albanians said the same thing about the Bosnians, eh? So our masters who ruled this world of Pharaoh's nobility, they left defenseless Europeans with their families entirely at the mercy of these butcherers. The same as is happening today. We have no protection by the authorities, by our masters of Pharaoh's nobility, and they are playing us out. They played us out and they do it again. So here is the SS Division Handschar with this knife which we just saw before at the badges. I already told you how many people they killed and all that. And the division was named after Handschar. Oh, there it is. It's after a local fighting knife or scimitar carried by the Ottoman police. Well, they have it everywhere. In Yemen too, they got these things everywhere. It's from the Arabic Handjar. And I'll let you read it yourself. I showed you this picture before. Yeah, they're reading this book here. There's some more pictures. Oh, we know that guy. The Albanians. They're all praying. Oh, we already killed 1 million defenseless family. Please make us murder more. Or whatever they were praying for, I don't know. And that's the logo here. So but the important thing here is to understand, I mean, this is about horizontal wars, you know, and different peoples fighting other peoples, different religions fighting other religions, different races fighting other races. But the important thing to understand here is that behind it all are the masters who make it all possible, with the authorities, the police and the army, the politicians. And they are neither Muslims, they are neither Europeans, they are neither Christians. They are all of Pharaoh's nobility. And this is the important thing to understand. You know, Operation Volmond, that means full moon. Woo, you know, like a wolf. Well, they got a funny names for these operations. I don't even want to translate it. Yeah, this Operation Hackfleisch, that means mincemeat. Operation Mincemeat. Well, do you have to spell it out what they're doing there? It's all against, of course, against partisans. And in Yugoslavia, murdering, they murdered at least 400,000 Europeans. These two SS divisions of Bosnians and Albanians, the SS Handschar and the SS Skanderbeg. And as they came from Yugoslavia, of course, this is where Pharaoh sent them. They put them in uniforms and weapons to kill the other ones. And then 30 years later, when with the PLO and everything and the whole Islamic and the problems in the Middle East started again and attacks in Europe, then the grandparents of those days, you know, the Serbs and all that, they started to talk about it and what happened, and then the Balkan War started. And then the other ones were doing it to, you know, vice versa, the other way around, but not so many comparatively. So, and who's laughing behind it all? Well, that's our masters, you know, this is what they want, horizontal wars. One people butchering another people. This is what our politician wants. Hey, Mr. Stürmer and Donnie. And these here were probably the worst of them all. The Azerbaijani Legion, the poor Armenians who have to face these guys today. And there was in 1944, yeah, the Azerbaijani Legion participated in the systematic killing of 50,000 Polish civilians in Warsaw during the Wola massacre. And this legion probably murdered more than 500,000 people. And here you see, there were up to 40,000 of them, which is quite a lot. It's a big legion, eh? You don't want to face them. They're also into the starving of 2.8 million Soviets through starvation, exposure, summary executions. The condition in the prison camps were atrocious. There were no barracks or permanent housing. The camps were simply open areas fenced off with barbed wire. The prisoner had to lie in the sun, then in the mud, and in the fall with temperatures as low as minus 30 degrees Celsius, face the possibility of freezing to death. And so these were the almost 3 million Soviet soldiers, who were, of course, also betrayed by their masters. You know, many of them didn't even have any weapons. So all these guys were in this legion. You can read it yourself. You know, these guys here, these ones, etc. Charming guys, eh? And there was also the 450th Turkestan Battalion. You can read it, and the East Muslim SS Regiment. There were so many. Our pharaonic masters have a lot of fantasy, eh, with all these names. Yeah, British historian described Derlewanger's unit. I'll tell you some more about this bloke. He was a Dr. Derlewanger. He was a Pinkley's killer and a sadist. So, which included the Azerbaijani Legion as a terrifying rabble of cutthroats, sadistic morons and cashiered rejects from other units. Here you can see the Wola massacre of Polish civilians in 1944. And again, they did it once, people. And our masters, also here, our masters don't protect us. and don't even give us the possibility to protect ourselves. Everything is forbidden. Weapons are forbidden. It's forbidden to hit back. It's forbidden to protect ourselves. Everything is forbidden. Yeah. We can only smile and say, yes, Mr. President, no, Mr. President, yes, dear, no, dear, etc. Now, I'll let you read this if you feel like it. An eyewitness to the genocide in Kosovo by the Skanderbeg Albanian division. So a genocide on Serbs. I didn't read it. My videos are more about showing who the masters behind the game are. Yeah. Divna Vukotic, a resident of Velika, gave the following account of events during the massacre. I heard news of massacres in the surrounding villages, so I became concerned for the safety of my children. The two elders of whom I sent in the woods, I held in my lap my 1-year-old son Boza. On the threshold, my daughter Persida approached, who was only 3 years old, and after her my two nieces, 4-year-old Kata and 3-year-old Nata, and daughters Kvete and Duzana Vukotic. A soldier approached with a gun. I told him that I wanted to bring him bread. As I was ordered, he replied to that, Germany has bread. He spoke our language perfectly. He then shot at me, killing my son Boza in my lap and wounding me in the right hand. The Kosovo Albanian Skanderbeg SS division drove out or ethnically cleansed approximately 10,000 Kosovo Serbian families, etc. I'll let you read it yourself. As again, my videos are more about the masters and their Swiss base in the Alps. You know, the ones who are financing all these things, who financed Hitler. They financed October 7th by the Swiss, by the UNRWA, and Hitler was in Zurich in 1923 on August 30th. This is what my videos actually are about, and showing you who the masters are. So if you don't want to live through it, what this woman here, Divna Vukotic, is telling about the massacre, and I didn't even read the whole thing. If you don't want to live through this yourself, you must understand what the masters are planning. We're still in the Third Reich, that in fact never ended. The Nazis won the war while the Germans lost the war. And through Operation Paperclip, bringing all these Nazis into the Americas, and through everything they hid in Switzerland, the Nazis could continue their Third Reich in 1945. And remember that this guy, he is of the very powerful Holderman Swiss bloodline, Swiss dynasty. It says the Third Reich. Well, how could it be more obvious than what we see here? And could it be that that's why he's that rich? You know, with everything they hid in Switzerland, and then Operation Paperclip, bringing them into the US and other countries. And do you really think that the German people knew this? That the Nazis were putting 100,000 Muslims in uniforms and gave them weapons to slaughter Europeans by the millions? Do you think the Germans would have liked this if they would have known? Well, I don't think the Germans would have liked that. But well, as you can see here, the main problem is that the Germans like working that much, so they don't have to think that much. Therefore, the dumb slaves still don't know that the Nazis gave uniforms and weapons to the Muslims so they could murder Europeans by the millions in Europe. So here you see, this is a picture from Germany in 1945. Everything is bombed out. And here you see the Germans, even the women, well, there were no more men, they were all probably all dead or in prisoner camps. So the women are working, they love working, they're very good slaves, the Germans, and then they sleep. Sleep, sleep, sleep. They sleep all. They sleep all, sleep, and still do. Oh well, the Germans have a tendency to limit their cerebral capacities to linear thinking anyway, instead of thinking a little bit around the bend in order to grasp more than what the Führer was feeding them. Good old Takia again, eh? Even the choice of name for the German type of warfare is a reflection of linear mindset. The Blitzkrieg, or in English, the Blitz. Blitz means lightning, and well, lightning travels and strikes quite linear. In the German linear warfare, the Panzer goes straight through any object blocking the road, whereas in lateral warfare, you go around it. This was also one of the things I taught senior officers when working as a military historian in the army and giving lots of historical battle analysis. So here you see, this is linear thinking. You want to go through the wall to get to this lamp here and light it, the solution. And here's the problem, and this is the path. And this is lateral thinking, You think outside the box. This is the box. You think outside of the box. You go around it, and you can light 3 bulbs. And here, this is the Blitzkrieg, the lightning. And this is also a reflection. The choice of words for their warfare is a reflection of their mindset, because lightning is very linear, just like here. You go through the wall with your Panzer, and you break everything down, and like this. You can also go around it, and I think this is one of the reasons that the German people, they didn't know this, and they didn't see this, how they were being betrayed by the Nazis, because there was this big wall standing in front of the solution, and they didn't dare to go around it and have a look what's behind the wall like. They thought they could go through it maybe, but it was blocked. So this is why they didn't know that their masters, the Nazis, were giving uniforms and weapons to the Muslims to do a genocide on European people. And I think this linear mindset has a great deal to do with it. And it's in military areas, it's quite well known that the German army, they were thinking quite linear and not lateral. There was not much fantasy in the way of this war where it was like straight ahead, you go straight down through it, and break everything. And instead of having a little bit of fantasy, and again, this is the main reason they didn't know and they didn't see how they got betrayed by the Nazis. And uniforms and weapons were given to the Muslims. So whereas the Nazis were saying all the time, we defend the white race and all this, and well, they were doing exactly the opposite. And here it says as well, it says Europa's Vrijheid, freedom. And just as today, they're doing the opposite. The Great Deceiver, Holy Donnie, saying the same things. And beware if they start saying these things, people. You have to think lateral if they're saying these things and not linear, right? Especially Adolf was a linear thinker with literally nothing blocking his road, whereas the greatest strategists were lateral thinkers that can think outside the box, whereas a linear thinker goes through the box, exploding like lightning, the blitz. And you all see the Swissy cross on the Panzer here. I already made videos about this already 15 years ago, how the first German Panzer, they all had a Swiss cross on it, which is not a coincidence. So from my own experience, I can tell you that the Swissies show no lateral cerebral activities in the brain at all. And their whole history is built upon one linear decision after the other, built upon lie after lie. It's like break or bend, linear thinking versus lateral thinking, rigidity versus flexibility, unsee versus see, linearity versus laterality, blindness versus all-seeing, defeat versus victory, or total control versus freedom. Because when a lateral thinking person gets confronted with an object on his road, his mind will try to find ways to go around it. Whereas a linear thinker gets obstructed, he or she is obsessed with going straight ahead and starts to mentally panic like a trapped mouse. His or her mental inhibition even makes him lie and eventually chooses extreme violence in order to obtain his or her preset goal. The result of linear thinking from A to B and nothing else. So here you see again the blitzkrieg, it's linear, the lightning. Linear thinking, it's also vertical thinking, digging the hole deeper, And lateral thinking is more horizontal thinking, like this, digging the hole somewhere else. Interesting. I already taught you about the vertical versus horizontal rule and vertical wars versus horizontal wars, and now we got vertical thinking versus horizontal thinking. There you go. This obsessive behavior due to a linear obsession becomes pathological. I've seen in Switzerland over and over again. And what you can witness in this short video of accumulated Swiss pathological obsessive behavior turning potentially and acutely violent. So the video can be seen here on this channel here. There's the title. I re-uploaded it in 2023, already had it. They took it away all the time. The Swissies don't like this video. They don't like the proof, so they managed for YouTube to take it off many, many, many times. And well, you can see how, not very friendly, how violent they look, So I can show it from the beginning, actually. There we go.
Gickel. Hä? Ist gut. Übrigens gehört die Einfahrt her. Ist ein Durchgangsweg. Scheiß Holländer. Lass gescheiter wieder Enzianlich aus, die Häuser putzen. Die sind nicht als Mieter hier. Die Kinder müssen ja nicht rauskommen. Mach jetzt das weg.
Don't touch me. Get your hands off me.
Go out.
Das bist du für einen Wecker. Viel zu viel von den Ausländern. Klar sind wir ein paar Ausländer und wir alle solche Kapazen haben. Mal gescheit. Was? Polizei bekannt ist er. Ja. Jetzt zeigen wir ihn mal an.
Ja, mach mal. Okay.
Ja.
Ich warte. Oh, noch aggressiv werden. Oh je. Und wie heißt du? Und wie heißt du?
Wenn ich hier nicht wohlfühle, dann kann ich nichts dafür. Ihr seid hierher gekommen.
And actually, this guy in the beginning here, he was criticizing my South African accent, which he didn't like very much, as they don't like foreigners in Swaziland. Nazis are liars. They always were and still are. Therefore, Nazis and takia go very well together. It says takia. And what also goes very well together are Nazis and pink list killers, as we can see here in this picture of a protest march of the pink list killers for Palestine. And Palestine is Hamas. As I've just shown you how this flag is related to the Nazis and their Free Arabian Legion doing terrible genocides everywhere, just as this flag today still is related to Nazi-style genocides. This flag has a long tradition of Nazi-style genocide and goes perfectly together with the pink list killers carrying it and showing the world that they belong together, which historically seen is so true. So here you see the Nazi flag of the Nazi Legion of the Free Arabian. It's the same flag as this one, and under this banner and here a genocide has been done, and also under this banner here, which is all the same. So these blokes here, they're protesting here, you know, to back up all this and all this here. It's so obvious and it's so clear in the picture, you know, they just can't hide it anymore. People all over the world are puzzled and laugh about this inconsistency. Now, you laugh because you don't understand and out of ignorance of the whole puzzle. Jihadis and pink list killers do have something in common, and that is brutal fascism. SS Oberführer Colonel Dr. Oskar Dirlewanger was a sadistic pink list killer and mass murderer who led the jihadis of the Azerbaijani Legion during the terrible Vola massacre of an indescribable violence of a combined pink list killer Muslim slaughter of 50,000 Polish men, women and children. So here you see him. He was a pink list killer. His favorite was to rape little boys. his name, Oscar Dirlewanger. He was the equivalent of a colonel. He was also an ethnic Swiss, and apparently he ended up in Arabia. There are several different stories about the end of his life, but I think it's true. Because he was working together with the Muslims and in all these slaughters. So this is why the jihadi guys and the Nazis, it goes very well together. Here you see the SS Caliphate jihadis here of the Hanshar. So we can see that historically and traditionally, Nazism, pink list killers, and Islamofascism all fit together and have worked together in World War II to butcher millions of defenseless European men, women, and children, which is the very reason for which they back each other up wherever they can. I guess that SS Oberführer Oscar Dirlewanger just made all their inhibited fantasies come true. Yeah, look here, look at the flag here. So look at this here in their identitarian flag, how they put the inverted triangle of death of the Auschwitz extermination camp in their flag, which therefore combines pink list killers with the Nazis' most terrible crimes against humanity. You think they don't know, huh? Then why did they especially put it there? Open your eyes, people, and look at their signs and symbols. So here you can read about Oscar Dirlewanger, the SS Oberführer, the colonel. Here it says he was also a habitual offender, convicted in interwar Germany for raping a child and other crimes. And that was before the war already. So during the war, he was just doing that. And the interwar period, it's a bit long, so I'm not gonna. He was also the Spanish Condor Legion, with Franco from 1937 to 1939. Well, you don't want to know how many children and how many men he raped there. And Dirlewanger had this somebody, Mr. Morgan or Mrs. Morgan, said that Dirlewanger had arrested people illegally and arbitrarily. And as for his female prisoners, young jaywalkeresses, he did the following against them. He called together a small circle of friends consisting of members of a Wehrmacht supply unit. Then he made so-called scientific experiments, which involved stripping the victims of their clothes. Then they were given an injection of strychnine. Dirlewanger looked on, smoked a cigarette, as did his friends, and they saw how these girls were dying. Immediately after that, the corpses were cut into small pieces, mixed with horse meat, and boiled into soap. And the historian Peter Longridge, he said that Dirlewanger's leadership of the Sonderkommando was characterized by continued alcohol abuse, looting, sadistic atrocities, rape and murder, etc. And well, you can read it yourself. Here he's standing here. And he was in Lohoysk, which is in Belarus, so he was there as well, murdering people. And the Vola, he did this is the Vola district in 1944 together with the Muslims. He did, here it is, the Vola massacre. And yeah, you can see the Vola massacre. About 50,000 Poles together with the Azerbaijani Muslims. So there definitely is the Nazi Muslim pink list killer connection all over. Here's even the 2nd Battalion Kampfgruppe Steinhauser SS Sonderregiment. I never heard about that one. Another group of murderers. So here's this person here is saying, according to Schenk, an eyewitness, we blew up the doors. He was part of the regiment. I think of a school. Children were standing in the hall and on the stairs, lots of children, all with their small hands up. We looked at them for a few moments until Dirlewanger ran in. He ordered to kill them all. They shot them, and then they were walking over their bodies and breaking their little heads with butt ends. Blood and brain matter streamed down the stairs. There's a memorial plaque in that place stating that 350 children were killed. I think there were many, many more, maybe 500. And there was a Belgian guy saying this, and this happened, I think also in Warsaw during the Vola massacre, together with the Muslims. Well, anyway, here you can see the Vola massacre here. And there he is again. Oh, he looks from a Hollywood horror movie. And well, this is interesting. I already showed you in the other. Oh, here, look. I already showed you in the other website how he was working together with the Muslim Azerbaijani regiment. And that's why, the following, it all gets set into place. According to political scientist Mr. Lee, as well as historians Angelo Di Bocca and Mario Giovanna, Dirlewanger survived the war and subsequently lived in Egypt, tutoring the guards who provided security to the president Gamal Abdel Nasser. There he is. Oh, he's happy, doesn't he? And likewise, Benjamin Netanyahu, there he is, we all know him, has written that alongside hundreds of other Nazi officials, Dirlewanger fled to Egypt, which 100% I believe this, because there is the Muslim connection to all these massacres and to the Nazis, where he became a bodyguard to Nasser. Peter Levenda, quoting different sources, believing that following his exile in Egypt, he had converted to Islam. Yeah, of course. These theories and reports were proven, etc. There's some other people, they say that the Poles killed him. I think he went to Egypt. That's where he went to. Here, Wolfsbrigade 44. Wow. So he was here. Oberführer is a senior colonel. That was his final rank of Mr. Dirlewanger. So, these sort of people, pink list killer, Nazis, sadists, they all became high officers and working together with the jihadist guy from the vertical rule caliphate, like the Azerbaijani regiment or legion from the Wehrmacht in this case, and with the SS regiments of the Handschar and of course the Skanderbeg. They all these three things, they all work together. The Nazis, the pink list killers, and the jihadi guys. So as we're at it, here the Azerbaijani Legion, here's the logo with the crescent moon in it, and this is a octagon in red and white, colors of the Knights Templars and also of Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, because it all comes finally, you know, from Pharaoh. So I already showed you this, but here, so apparently he was the commander during the Wola massacre in Poland. He was commanding the Azerbaijani soldiers here. The Azerbaijani soldiers from the Legion 111th Regiment under the SS Sonderregiment Derlewanger. There you go. An infamous Waffen-SS panel unit led by SS Oberführer Oskar Derlewanger participated in this systematic killing of between 40,000 and 50,000 Polish civilians in Warsaw during the Wola massacre. So they were led by Oskar Derlewanger, you know. And 2 hours before midnight on August 5th, the Azerbaijani soldiers in the Bergman battalion, never heard about that one either, attacked St. Lazarus Hospital, executed hundreds of patients, doctors and nurses before burning it down. And the British historian Martin Windrow described Derlewanger's unit, which included the Azerbaijani Legion, as terrifying rabble of cutthroats, sadistic morons, renegades, and cashiered rejects from other units. So this pinkless killer, his speciality was raping little boys, and then he tortured them, and then he murdered them. This Oskar Derlewanger, he was working together with the jihadi guys. So they're all together in it, you know. And you can see it in their symbols. They're showing it. They're doing it, they're showing it. They've always been doing it. It's a tradition. These three things, it's like a holy trinity for them. You know, pinkless killers, jihadis, and Nazis. And here you can see how Oskar Derlewanger, he was in fact an ethnic Swiss. Here it says the Derlewanger family was of Swabian origin. And here it says southwestern Germany, you can read that, are a German ethnographic group native to the region of Swabia. And the Swiss, actually, they call the Germans the Swab, the people from Swabia, because southwestern Germany, that's on the Swiss border. And I already explained that to you in the Swiss Beast series, that in the 30-year war from 1618 to 1648, Swiss mercenaries, they murdered about 20 million Germans, about 2/3 of the German population. And so it was all empty, and they could install in Germany when it was all empty. So, and that became around Switzerland like a buffer zone. In northern Italy also, in western Austria, and also Alsace in France, that's all the Swiss buffer zone. It's in my video, The Swiss Beast, Home of the Devil. So, and I already showed you there are many, many Nazi war criminals. Maybe most of them, they're of either Swiss or ethnic Swiss. Just like the head of the Einsatzgruppen, that was Karl Jäger. He was even born in Switzerland. And remember how I've shown you how all the top Nazis of World War II were in fact pinkless killers. Here are some of the videos. So here's the Adolf. I wasn't sure, but I think he was a pinkless killer. This one, Baldo von Schirach, the head of the Hitler Youth, 100% pink list killer, pedophile, Dr. Jutta Rüdiger, pink list killer. She was the head of the female Hitler Youth, the Bund Deutscher Mädels, or maybe this was Jutta Rüdiger, and probably this one also a pink list killer. They all were people. Be aware. So I made this video like, 3 years ago on this channel here, and this is the title, Arrogance is the Mother of Ignorance. So go and watch it if you haven't done that yet, because I can't make this all over again and show you all the proofs about what I'm telling you. The proofs are like here, the pictures, the proofs and the facts that they were all pink list killers. So I also did this video here on neo-Nazi and Nazi pink list killers. This is a true video, a true picture. I made another video about it where you see Macron here in the stadium, a football stadium, next with Mr. Putin. So I made this 6 years ago. Here's the title. There's also a part 2. It's on Homeland Security. And right after this video here, part 1 on the Homeland Security, so you can find it yourself. Right after this, I made a video, here, about her. Also a pink list killer and the head of the German neo-Nazi party. And where is she living? In the base of Pharaoh. She's living in Switzerland, of course, and getting financed there as well. So the next time when you see this here, then think of my videos, and that the past is the key to your questions, as history always repeats itself over and over again, with the same perpetrators merely changing jackets into uniforms. Just like only 10 years ago, in 2014, the Islamic State wiped out the Yazidi people in Syria, who killed and tortured all the Yazidi men and their sons, then, similar to a Nazi concentration camp, split up the young females, the mothers, and their babies. So it says a Muslim genocide on the Yazidi people. Here you see it. Then they fed them a nice Muslim meal. And after the nice Muslim meal, the Yazidi mothers asked, "And where are our babies?" And the jihadi guys started laughing as if it were a fantastic joke and pointed at their stomachs. Yes, these Muslims fed the Yazidi mothers their own babies. The young Yazidi females were sold throughout the entire Ummah Muslim population of the Middle East, and most likely, allegedly, also to Donnie's good trading pals in the Arabic Muslim world. And some very young kidnapped Yazidi girls were even found in Gaza, used as sex slaves. It said, Yazidi girl tortured by the Muslims. Now, why do Muslims do this? Because in Islam there is a law called Dar al-Islam, which means the Muslim land, whereas Ummah is the Muslim community. And according to the Dar al-Islam, no infidels are allowed to live on Muslim land like Syria or Palestine. And according to the laws of Dar al-Islam, need to be exterminated in the most cruel way imaginable. And well, a lot of imagination indeed poured into the extermination of the Yazidi people. So here it says, Dar al-Islam. If you don't understand Dar al-Islam, you will never understand a terrorist attack or even the Gaza war. You will not understand it. Therefore, Mr. Trump, there will never be peace in Gaza until all the jaywalkers are goners, like the Yazidis, according to the Islamic laws of Dar al-Islam. So this was a picture taken on October 13, 2025. I wrote here, eternal Dar al-Islam wars, they will not stop until there's nobody else there living. This was taken in the JJ base, as you can see the flag here, and here it says, here you see their letters, and here is the so-called peacemaker. And this picture was also taken in the JJ base with the letters here, and here it says Cyrus the Great, and I wrote this again in it, Eternal Wars of Dar al-Islam. And let me tell you, people, the Great Deceiver knows this very well and made a deal with the Muslims and betrayed the jaywalkers, who even thanked him for being such a great peacemaker. So the Ummah, worldwide Muslim community, believes that it is a religious war, whereas in reality, Pharaoh's vertical rule of the nobility in their internal war in between the vertical feudal rule and horizontal republican rule just steer the Ummah to execute the objectives of the vertical caliphate nobility, similar to the vertical caliphate jihadis in Nazi uniforms, in a vertical alliance with the German high nobility, who wanted to put the Emperor William II back on the throne. What I already explained in these videos here and many others. So this is one of the videos, the origins of the two world wars, the French aggressor of the OWO. It's on the same channel, going deeper into this thing here. And also this one here, Agent of the Garter, Adolf Hitler, and many, many other videos. But these two really explain what the aim was of two world wars. Dar al-Islam literally means the house of Islam, like in a royal house, of course, like of its founder of the royal G.I.U.R.E.H dynasty from Mecca. And this is why none of the horizontal republics like Egypt, Jordan, Turkey, Tunisia won't take any vertical rule caliphate Philistine refugees. By most Muslims, Europe is already considered to be Dar al-Islam al-Uruba, as other religions are percentually non-existent, with Islam being the main actively practiced religion in Europe. And as they consider Europe to be Dar al-Islam al-Uruba, Muslims believe to have the divine right to murder Europeans in Europe, just as they already did 80 years ago in a Muslim jihad under the Nazi banner in Europe, where our pharaonic masters of Pharaoh's nobility gave them, like here, nice badges, uniforms, and weapons. So this is an actual map of Europe with the new European community here. Here it says Dar al-Islam al-Uruba. Uruba is the Arabic name for Europe. The enemy of Dar al-Islam is Dar al-Harb, for the house of war, meaning the rest of the world where there is not Islam. And Islam literally means obedience. Well, obedience to whom then? Well, obedience to the vertical rule, feudal nobility of the Quraysh dynasty, of course. So here it says Islam is obedience to the vertical rule. Here it says the noble, like from the ancient Arabic order of the nobles and their pyramids and swords and crescent moon. So Islam is obedience to the vertical rule, which is a caliphate. So Dar al-Islam is the Muslim world, and all the rest of humanity is called Dar al-Harb, meaning house of war, which is quite obvious what that means, which can be read in the word itself, house of war. And as you can see here, through their actions, Dar al-Harb means kill them all, create Lebensraum for the Ummah, conquer the Kufr, and expand the Dar al-Islam. So here it says Dar al-Harb. It means the house of war. And that means everywhere else than the Muslim world. And as it means house of war, these are the actions they do in the Dar al-Harb. Here you see the sledgehammer, and here you see the sledgehammer in practice. So they gave him uniform, I repeat it again, they gave him weapons, and it will happen again in the house of war. So Europe is just the Dar al-Harb, but now more and more being like considered to them as the Dar al-Islam. So here you see Donnie with his Oriental pals here as well. Looks like his grandfather probably. It says peace between vertical rule and, in red here, horizontal rule. And in blue, the greatest peacemaker of all times. So you all heard this. He's making a lot of self-publicity. He's the biggest peacemaker. But what kind of peace? Is it going to be horizontal peace for the people between nations? No more horizontal wars? No. It's going to be the peace, or a vertical peace if you like, between the vertical rule and the horizontal rule. So Donnie, he's representing the horizontal rule. America is a republic, which is a horizontal rule with the Senate and all these politicians, all these pharaohs, all rule together. This bloke here is from Saudi Arabia. It's a vertical rule, it's a caliphate, It is an absolute monarchy. It's not a constitutional monarchy like England or Belgium. No, this is an absolute monarchy. So this guy is vertical and this guy is horizontal. Well, he's supposed to be horizontal, but he really is vertical, you know. That's why he's got a red tie, which is the vertical blokes, which is the OWO, the Old World Order. So this is the piece what he's talking about. And if you don't get it, you know, you'll all lose. And when the vertical versus horizontal rule, internal war ends, then the total control end times beast system can start. When vertical and horizontal can combine forces to subdue the whole of humanity. And this is what the world's greatest peacemaker is working on, making deals with the vertical caliphate guys representing the horizontal rule America. So the Great Deceiver can come after you, which is already happening, and we can all see it happening before our very eyes. So here in this charming typography, it says the Great Deceiver. He's selling you out. Mark my words. Here it says, the Great Deceiver sell out. Now, what does peace between the vertical rule and the horizontal rule of Pharaoh's nobility mean? Well, either it's gonna be vertical rule or horizontal rule, because there's no in-between. And as we all see, the system crumbling, which has been horizontal NWO for a while, and we can all see the caliphate coming, which is a vertical feudal system. It is therefore quite clear where the Great Deceiver is leading y'all to. It's going to be a vertical rule caliphate, a feudal system. Dear Muslims, listen carefully to what I have to say to you before it's too late. Wake up and acknowledge that religion is just an idea to bring slaves together in an identitarian ideology in order to fight for Pharaoh. And understand that Pharaoh just sells you the Gaza war as a religious struggle, which in fact it is by no means. And dear American Christians, please wake up, for I reveal the Great Deceiver to you, who needs your consent through a dystopian business deal of offer and demand. Your demand will be offered under the veil of a great peacemaker and whatnot. So in the next picture here, we see the Handjar here, and on this side as well. And this is in 1945, here it says, this was the SS division Handjar here. And this is 2025, this is the Hamas logo, the same Handjar. And here we see, this is part of Sham. Look at these letters, it's an anagram. Sham, look, Sham has been written S-H-A-A-M, same as here. And it's a caliphate, it used to be the caliphate consisting of this part here, Palestine, Iraq, Syria, and Lebanon. This was Sham. I already made a video about this, and this is why they chose the name Hamas. It's all the same thing. And when the Pasdaran uniforms will be issued in Europe, Europe will become the new Dar al-Islam, which it potentially already is. Just as in the Hamas logo, the Hanjar swords are shown as in the name of the Muslim SS division by the name of Hanjar or Hanshar in German, in a true jihad on European soil. Millions mown down by the Islamic sword Hanjar. It happened once, and it will happen again. Ain't that so, Donnie? Donnie, the business tycoon, is the ultimate realization of self-publicity, and the product he is selling is himself. IHS, I hominum salvatore, savior of mankind, especially around Templars Day of October 13th, 2025 in the Holy Land. So this is what he said: my proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. It's even black, the letters are thick here, so it's important. Yeah, that's why I want to be a peacemaker and a unifier. President Donald Trump. Here it says again, peacemaker, unifier. So Donnie, in his self-publicity of being the peacemaker and unifier, in his own words, the inconsistency of peacemaker and unifier. Because you can't unify the jaywalkers and the Philistines, as only the separation of the two will bring peace. And Donnie knows this very well. So then, what specific unification then does he mean? Well, the unification of the vertical rule with the horizontal rule, so our masters can have peace and concentrate in union on their total control of mankind. On October 13th, 2025, in the JJ base, it was literally Holy Donnie on steroids, uttering God's name in every single phrase. That literally hit me each time like an incoming round impact, because it's so evidently clear that he's only bringing God in the equation to underline the deal and get your consent and approval, which even hurt me as a non-believer agnostic, just hearing the sly sales narrative convincing the potential buyers. So here it says here, I can't pronounce it, in the JJ base, and that was on October 13th. And this is what he's saying on this day. I love the JJ base. I'm with you all the way. God bless the JJ base. God bless the United States. And God bless the Middle East. Well, do you believe him? President Trump, he said, above all, a day to give our deepest thanks to the Almighty God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Well, I can tell you, it hurt my ears to hear this. Even me, a non-believer as I am, and an agnostic, I recognized the breach of the third commandment. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, Donnie. And I'm not even a believer, but hearing this evil sales talk, I just felt miserable. Holy Donnie, one of the richest men on the planet, sells himself as the divine savior of humanity, which is contradictory to the holy books, where it says, "Amen, I say to you, it will be hard for one who is rich to enter the kingdom of heaven. Again, I say to you, it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for one who is rich to enter the kingdom of God." So here it says, here you see the White House, is Donnie here, lots of dollars here, and here it says, and here is the camel. Look at this here. It shows the name Mecca in the name America. Look at that. And Donnie said, a camel, my kingdom for a camel. Because his lesser kingdom is, of course, America. That has the name of Donnie's real kingdom in it, Mecca. And Mecca is represented by the camel. So, a camel, my kingdom for a camel. Meaning, sell out America for the greater good of Mecca and its utopia, worldwide caliphate coming up. And all the time you were all thinking that Donnie was one of us. Well, just look at the picture here, where he's highly honored and getting a medal for his service to the caliphate. Thank you for your service. Yes, hold your horses, camels. Homie Ross knows that Mecca is written with 2 C's, but phonetically it sounds the same with 1 C, whereas in Arabic it probably gets written with 1 C. Look. This is where the other C went to. See you later, America. Hasta la vista, baby. Game over. Okay, it says, here's your C from Mecca. See you later, America. Hasta la vista, baby. Game over. It is not new to use religion for political seduction of the dumb slaves, which has been used all throughout history, in order for, after the seduction, to put the leader on a divine pedestal for the dumb slaves to look up to and to adore, as if he were a god. Hey, Donnie? You're literally as holy as hell. Look, here's Donnie with the cross, here's Putin with the cross, and here's Adolf with the cross. They all do it. History repeats itself always, people. It's a strategy, it's not real. Many Nazis do this and have done this, like Adolf, who said here, on a 1933 postcard, "Wir halten die Kräfte des Christentums unentbehrlich für den sittlichen Wiederaufstieg des deutschen Volkes," meaning, we consider the forces of Christianity indispensable for the moral reascension of the German people. And the entire Nazi army had Gott mit uns, for God with us, on their belt buckles, as you can read here. Just as today with Holy Donnie, and the same as then, during the Nazi era, all seducing the people by commandment number 3, using God's name in vain. Same thing then and the same thing now. I really believe you need to be an atheist to see the trap, because the religious people, they're too indoctrinated with all this, the whole shebang. So probably Adolf came here as well, just for the picture, and then he was off again 2 minutes later. And here you see the swastika together with the cross here, as if it's all at the same level, it's at the same level. And here it says in German, Weltliste 1 deutscher Christen. And here it says the same, which means Welt, it means vote, for list, number 1. You see, it's almost the same word, list. Deutsche means German, or Christen, it means Christians. So please, German Christians, vote for the list number 1, where you will find these ones. And then the whole country will become like this here. And the propaganda PR said, let's put that cross in there, where the head is, so the dumb slaves will believe that they will be fighting a holy war with the fatherland's holy savior, Adolphus to the left, or for the holy savior of Mother Russia, Mr. Lilliputian to the right. Same then, same now. Like Holy Donnie, the divine savior of America. Also, just like the others, with the cross where the head is. Same then, same now. And it seems to work out splendidly. It's all PR, public relations stuff, selling a product with drums here to the left and a keyboard to smoothly shove it down our throats and sucker it in like a psalm song on Sunday church. So here you see the drums here, a good singer here, a lot of volume, you can see that, opening her chest to sing hallelujah and hymn too, and here's a keyboard. It's like the YouTube publicity. Most of them, they have a lot of music. It goes down easier, eh? It's absolutely hilarious because it's the very same thing the homies to the right are doing. Same thing here. Holy war PR everywhere. Do you see a difference? Well, I don't. Now, look here, it says here, die Nationalkirche. It means the national church. They wanted to say, they didn't want to go that far as calling it the National Socialist Church, so they call it the National Church. And it says here, letters to German Christians. And here there's a Christian cross inside of a swastika. And here it says, it's to his birthday, April 20th, 1937. And it says here, Du bist der Zeuge, der uns Gott gesandt. It's the old way of writing the old letters, It says, you are the witness sent by God. And there's a lot of self-propaganda and self-publicity, just like Holy Donnie is doing. Exactly the same thing. And here it says, evangelische, does it mean it's short? Sonntagsblad. Blad, it means a sheet or a magazine or a paper, but literally it means a sheet, so I don't know what it was. So I just say a newspaper here. A Sunday's newspaper, an evangelical Sunday's newspaper. And it's the same here, I don't even want to pronounce all this here. It's the same technique. It's always the same. Hey, Donnie? So here I enlarged it a little bit, so I hope you can read it better here. So here it says, Du bist der Zeuge. So this is an S, will you believe it? den uns Gott gesandt. So 1937. So you are the witness sent by God. Well, I'll let you read the rest. Ja, dem Glauben brachst du neue Bahn oder Bahn, I don't know. You gave new sense to faith, or something like that. And this is interesting. It says the word dien. It means to serve. Just as when Mr. Stürmer, in England, when he got knighted, it also says ich dien or ich dien. I think it was with a K, like old German. And here it says Kampf und Dien, fight and serve. And he also gave, it says, und gab's dem Sterben neuen Sinn. You gave a new sense to dying. Can you believe it? And then they died by the millions. Well, let's give our lives for the bloke then, eh? Hey, Donnie? Know what I'm talking about, eh? I suppose that's exactly why in some countries they officially declare religion a serious, contagious disease and lock them up to protect the rest of the population. It says contagious disease. Maybe that's why Holy Donnie sees China as a threat, because this kind of stuff wouldn't work in China. I think the Chinese are mostly dangerous to themselves. I mean, if I have a look at the gun here, it seems like they got a barrel on each side. You know, here's his finger, it's pointing down, and there's a barrel up, you know. So they're more dangerous to themselves than to anybody else, it seems, eh? And, well, I mean, that's another way going to heaven than with religion. They probably just blow their heads off themselves and go straight to heaven, eh? Don't need any religion for that, eh? Now, let's come back to the religion control of Donnie's favorite Arabian pals of the Quraysh nobility, where Donnie founded his local MAGA, Make Arabia Great Again. In fact, I read the entire Quran out of curiosity, and it said 11 times that Allah's creation is perfect, which implies that you cannot mutilate Allah's perfect creation by cutting a chunk of one's urinator off, which is therefore a blasphemy and makes you an infidel. It is a sin. Here it says in the Quran, it's probably the Surah 95 verse 4, we created man in the best design. You know, it's perfect. And here with the guy with the scissors, that's a Muslim lord. His name is Circumcise, and as he is a lord, it's Circumcise. So here it says the Holy Quran, and here it says in verse 3, you can see no fault in the creation of the most gracious. So it means the creation is perfect. And if you mutilate it, it's a sin. So in fact, the 2 billion Muslims around the world are in fact all infidels and kufr in the eyes of Allah. And in fact, equally so are the American Christians no real Christians, because 95% of the Americans are circumcised and have mutilated God's holy creation. Well, maybe that's why the so-called American Christians believe and obey the Great Deceiver. Now, where does the circumcision come from? I made this video 13 years ago on my channel Gatsefrats, that the circumcision comes from Pharaoh, who only circumcised their slaves, but not themselves. Therefore, Muhammad, the initiator of Islam, was allegedly not circumcised himself, because he was from Pharaoh's nobility of the Quraysh aristocratic bloodlines. But okay, let's stick some more to the religious context for a moment. I also read the Bible, where it said that the circumcision comes from Abraham, the ancestor of jaywalkers and Arabs. Then this God thing told Abraham to sacrifice his son Isaac. But at the very last moment, God said, okay, I can see your obedience to me, so you don't have to do it. But instead of that, you must sacrifice a chunk of his urinator. Forget about the Terminator. Just do the urinator. And as I know you like that one, I wrote it down for you. Forget the Terminator, just do the urinator. So he didn't have to terminate his son, he could just urinate his son. And here you see the guy with the scissors, circumcise. The Arabs, though, they come out of the other son of Abraham, called Ishmael, and his mother Hagar. So here you see Abram here as well. And this is only his son, Isaac. Here he is, from this side. And the name Sarah is from the pharaonic Sarah. Sar, it means the king, like in a sarcophagus, the pharaoh. And it means big or pregnant. Pregnant king or queen. So this means she is the queen mother of these ones here, the jaywalkers. And this side, the Muslim side here, Islam, from Hagar and Ismail, this guy was not Ismail. So these guys, they have no reason at all, religiously speaking, to circumcise themselves. And I repeat here with a new picture, religiously speaking, there's absolutely no reason for Arabs to circumcise themselves, as this God thing had not Ishmael on the sacrificial altar, but only Isaac, the ancestor of the jaywalkers. So the guy with the knife is Abraham, and here it says this is Isaac and not Ishmael, but this is circumcised. So this bloodline here, who's getting circumcised, is the bloodline from the jaywalkers and not from the Arabs, and certainly not the Muslims. So religiously speaking, there's no reason at all for these guys to circumcise themselves. So for Muslims like Turks, Afghans, Chechens or Iranians, there's absolutely no reason whatsoever to circumcise themselves, because those people are not even from Abraham. They're just copycats, so to speak, and funny enough, copy their biggest enemy, the jaywalkers, which makes me laugh, really. So here it says the Muslim Ummah, which is the worldwide community, 2 billion of them, of Muslims. And here it says in red, Muslims are not from Abraham. And I had to put this in blue, except for the Arabs who are from the non-circumcised Abrahamic lineage from Hagar and Ishmael. So religiously speaking, there's no sense in it to circumcise. It's even against the laws of Allah. Anyway, in my opinion, it's a perversion anyway, to cut off a chunk of your sexual organ, which in my opinion is a sexual aberration, like pink list killerism or SM sadomasochism, and it even fits into the realm of child molesting. Now, why the heck would a healthy person do that? In fact, the circumcision is against the will of Allah, which it says so 11 times in the Quran. If you read the book literally, as you should, then you'd understand that circumcision is haram. It says haram. Chop chop is haram. 11 times it says in the Quran that the creation of Allah is perfect, which implies you should not do chop chop, which makes you an infidel. The whole story of Abraham and his 2 sons is about the primogenitor rule of Pharaoh's nobility. Ishmael, the ancestor of the Arab, was in fact Abraham's firstborn son, who would get to rule in the vertical rule. Therefore, according to Pharaoh's rule of the nobility, only the Arab nobility is to rule, and not the J.I.U.R.E.H, who the latter come out of Abraham's second son, who had no other choice than to set up a horizontal rule in order to seize the power over the kingdom. Therefore, in our very days, the Arabs still are into the vertical caliphate, whereas the J.I.U.R.E.H into the horizontal rule, Republican, democratic thing. So here you see to the left the Ishmael, firstborn caliphate, the vertical rule, and on the other side Isaac, he was the second son, and this is more Republican, horizontal rule, the princes. So he was supposed to be the king in an absolute monarchy, and there's one, the prince. And this is how, it's the same story as with the Knights Templars actually, only set in a different time, because this internal war has been going on for thousands of years now, and it started in Pharaoh's time. The average J.I.U.R.E. or Arab slaves of the commoners and carrying their flags of their masters will never have a clue what it's really all about, as this is just an internal war in between the J.I.U.R.E. nobility and the Arab nobility, both of pure pharaonic nobility. Europeans and non-Arabic Muslims are even further away from this Oriental game of thrones and are forced into it by lords and politicians. Here it says Oriental Game of Thrones. All this and much more was taught to me as a 12-year-old by my ancestors of the house of Saint Croix du Plessis. Soon and in due time, I'll reveal you much more. So this picture here was taken on November 6th, 2025 in England during or before a football match between Aston Villa and the Maccabi guys. And it says here, kick the JJBs or the Jaywalkers out of the FIFA. And you see a football full of dripping of blood. And here you see all the Caliphate guys and even a white girl here. And this really drew my attention here because this is the inverted pyramid of death, as in the concentration camp Auschwitz, as they had for these people here. So these ones here, and together with the blood, they're giving a message away like, we're going to murder you all, you know, and this on European soil. So for the white race, all this Oriental religion is not good for you and will lead to your total destruction, because both sides and descendants of Abraham's vertical son and Abraham's horizontal son believe that this God thing will make them rule the entire planet and over the whole of humanity, and will try and force you to drag you into this internal quarrel, to have you fight for them on either side. If I translate the name Abraham into Pharaonic demotic, I immediately recognize the Per-Ah, or Per-Ah, meaning the great house, out of which etymologically the name Pharaoh comes from, the great worldwide royal house of Pharaoh's nobility. So here's the name Abraham, and in demotic, or maybe, it'll become Abrahan. You see the Per-Ah, the Per-Ah. So Br is in fact Per, which is a bit equivalent to the Hebrew, where they don't say a B but a V, which is maybe more like, so it could be a P, you know, and the B, P, V. And Per is also being pronounced as Per, as in per tasser or per het. I already explained that to you. So, and I'll explain it to you later, what these demotic syllables, what they mean actually. Here you can see the hieroglyph for house, Pr, as in demotic. Only the consonants were written. So it often gets interpreted as Per, P-E-R, as in per tasser, for Pharaoh's red house, and per het for Pharaoh's white house. And in the Bible, they talk about house, a house all the time as well, like the house of Abraham, which means, in fact, a royal house. It's not a hut to live in or something. And this, here it says per, because in demotic only the consonants were written, but it gets interpreted also as per, P-E-R. And this is the hieroglyph. Here it says the hieroglyph of a house. So this means a house, referred to meaning of the house and a vertical line, or etc. Here you can see it in a hieroglyph. The per tasser and the Per-Ah, like in the name of, which means the great house, and it is in the name of Pharaoh itself. And well, the Bible talks all the time about royal houses or just houses. So here I'll show you some more about the or the which we found in Abraham. So it says Pharaoh with these ones here. I show it to you so you don't only hear it from me, but also from other sources like this here. Etymology, the word Pharaoh ultimately derives from the Egyptian compound pr, which is demotic. And it also says here, the great house. Well, there's something missing. It's actually, here's this funny thing here. And, well, this is probably, here the hieroglyphs. So, well, I'll let you read it yourself. You can find it yourself. So here you can see that it is most likely the br in the name Abraham is actually pr, the P-R, and it is pharaonic demotic, but it's not only that. I'll show you some more. So in demotic, the name Abraham, Abraham, for pregnant, house, great, to rule, meaning born to rule out of the great house. So again, BR, this BR in Abraham is actually PR, per, and in demotic, Abraham is Abraham. Both this and this, it means big or pregnant. So the per here it is big, and this is house, it means the house, and han, it means to rule. And this means pregnant, this here, which is the same one as this one here. And pregnant means born also. So born, big house, to rule. This is what it means in demotic Abraham. The only pharaoh or prince I could find who matches the demotic Abraham was Pharaoh Aperanat. And as this millionaire demotic or hieretic is not easy to translate, the letter nat part in his name Aperanat could be in fact Han, which means to rule, or maybe there even was a pharaoh called Abraham. So we definitely, the A is recognizable in demotic 2 times, one A here, one here. So this part here is great, and this here is pregnant, in this case born. And per or pr is the house. So again, it says born, the house, great. And if this would be han instead of nat, it means to rule. And there is a meaning to nat as well. I had it yesterday, I forgot about it now. Anyway, the first part is very much the same as in Abraham. Yeah, Abra, and then Ham. So I'll let you read it yourself. Apparently, he was. It's related to the Hyksos, the Hekashasut, and this they found it's probably hieretic, which is also a sort of demotic. So you might pronounce this Aperanat, but also Apranat. So Apranati, also written Aperanat, was a ruler of Lower Egypt, that's in the north. Here, this is Cairo somewhere, and which is called the Pertasser, the Red House of Egypt. And he was living in the mid-17th century. So there was the 17th century, that was from 1600 till 1700 BC. I could tell you much more about this Abraham, but I don't want to get too academic, as this video is more about the immediate dangers of our actual times, which is the imminent peace between the vertical and the horizontal rule by the great peacemaker and unifier, which will have an enormous impact on the lives of Pharaoh's worldwide slave community. That is you. So here it says peace between the vertical rule and the horizontal rule. So this guy horizontal rule, this guy vertical rule, the greatest peacemaker of all times. So when the Islamic Pasdaran will be installed in Europe, they will also force white European males to be circumcised. And we will see a dramatic increase of white European males grasping women in the swimming pool, and white European women needing to cover themselves all up under a ton of clothes in order to protect themselves. And dear people, all of this is in the make. And it will come, because Europe's nobility wants their vertical rule feudal system back. And the only way they see to achieve this is by installing a vertical ruled caliphate. And it will come. And I already told you, this guy, he comes out of Europe's nobility, and he's related by blood with the royal house of Denmark and Norway. Mecca, America. So here you can watch this video here on this channel here. My other channel, Homeland Security, there's the title. And 6 years ago, I showed you how Donnie here is from the high nobility and related to the Queen of Denmark and the King of Norway, which you can see here, who all traditionally come out of the vertical rule feudal system, which is the reason why Donnie, the Great Deceiver, made such a terrible deal for the very horizontal J.J. base, who on October 13th, 2025, had to release 100 terrorists and murderers for each innocent kidnapped jaywalker they got back, and were forced by America, or what America really stands for, to accept the very bad deal and even withdraw the jaywalker army out of Gaza. So here you can read what this guy here said about the deal, or maybe it was the deal before, I don't know. The changes Hamas is requesting to make the Qatari proposal were delivered to us last night and are unacceptable to the JJ base. So this guy here, he would have never accepted that deal from October 13, 2025. But he was put under pressure by Donnie and his pals of the noble ancient Arabic order, and he had to give in, most likely through a lot of blackmail by Donnie, allegedly. So here you see a perfect example for those who always falsely say that the jaywalkers rule America. That it is, in fact, the other way around, and that the jaywalkers in their JJ bays must obey US orders in order to receive the extensive and very crucial military aid and high-tech weapons from the USA. So here you can see in this caricature, you see Donnie telling this guy, and he's sweating. He says, "Say sorry to Qatar." And here he's drinking, having a milkshake, drinking that together with the ancient Arabic order of the nobles. Let's put it that way, eh? We can all see the pictures and the proofs here. So the Great Deceiver went talking to his caliphate pals of the vertical rule in Qatar to force the jaywalkers into this absolutely catastrophical deal. While, as usual, Donnie is hailing himself as the biggest peacemaker of all times. In Austria, we see the same thing happening as with Karl Stürmer in England, Macron in France, and Donnie in the US, where the actual director of the Austrian DSN for State Security and Intelligence, the equivalent of CIA and FBI combined, goes by the name of Omar Haouyawi and comes from Jordan, and probably related to the Quraysh nobility and Sayyid bloodline of Muhammad, the initiator of Islam. So here it says King Hussein. I mean, look at the picture. I mean, look at the nose here, the tip here, he has that as well, the ears could very well be of the same bloodline. And all these people, he is in power, and this one is power, so all these power people, it's all pharaohs anyway. So this is the head of the Austrian state security, Omar Haouyawi, and this is King Hussein. He was the king before. He died in 1999, I think. And officially, the royal house of Jordan in Arabia, which is a constitutional monarchy, by the way. It's horizontal. And he officially is a Sayyid, so he's from the same Quraysh bloodline as Muhammad, and I have a feeling that they are both from that bloodline. I mean, what's he going to protect, eh? I'm going to show you the logo. Here's the logo, which is interesting. Logo's always interesting. So here's the guy again, eh? In Austria. Can you believe it? In Austria. So here is the logo, and again, just like the Homeland Security and the ICE, the Immigration Customs Enforcement, their logo, they have the white circle and the red circle. It's always the same. Only here, it's the other way around. Homeland has the white outside and the red inside, the inner circle. But as Austria used to be a huge empire, I think the biggest empire in Europe at a certain for hundreds of years. So that's why the red, which is the vertical, the red house of Pharaoh, the Pertasser, is outside, because it's more important than the new Republican horizontal rule by the Knights Templars, after the revolution. Which you can also, so that's why the red circle is outside, and it's thicker. You see, that's all of these things has a meaning. It's thicker. And this is why in the Austrian flag, as you can see here, there's 2 times red and 1 times white, because the red is more important than the white. Just as this here, the red here is 2 times and this 1 time, just as in the flag here. And it's almost the same thing as in Russia, you know, this falcon. They got it everywhere. Here you got this knife-like, and here you got a hammer. And this organization, here it is, the DSN in English is the Directorate State Protection and Intelligence Service. So it's like everything. Intelligence Service is CIA, and Directorate State Protection is like FBI. But what are they protecting? The state, not the people. I mean, this is important. They're protecting the state, you know, the white ones. The white is the state, which is the parliament, and they rule horizontally because there are many people there instead of just one person in a kingdom, which is then vertical. And here it says in German, Bundesministerium für Inneres, Direktion Staatsschutz und Nachrichtendienst. Nachrichtendienst, it means intelligence. Nachrichten. Nachrichten is also like if you get a message, you know. And here, it says here, the Operation Cobra. He's the leader of all this. Federal police, criminal investigation, air police, and the Cobra. And the Cobra is the Austrian anti-terrorist squad. I mean, these guys, obviously, they've been watching too much videos like Cobra. Wasn't there a video of Chuck Norris or something? Funny guys, eh? So, and this is interesting as well. His real name is Omar Hayawi. So, and I mean, what guy? I mean, he's director of the state security. What director of state security put the maiden name of his mother behind his name, Pirchner, of his mother? Pirchner, there's the Per. It means the royal house, Per. Oh, it's obvious that it's total pharaoh's nobility here. And if you go to Austria, well, you see it. It's you can still feel the nobility, you know, like everywhere. And this summer, 2025, I spent like 4 months in Austria, and a couple of times I saw the Habsburg chin. You know, you can look it up, or I'll show you the picture. I'll show it in a moment. So he wants to hide it, you know, that he's all Arab here. So he puts this Austrian behind it. I mean, who does this? You know, put the maiden name of your mother behind it. You know, so it's all, they're hiding things, you know. They want to pull us in another direction, like the direction, oh yeah, I don't look very Austrian, but look, I've got an Austrian name from my mother, like, you know. So, strange things going on, eh? That's, I'm not allowed by the censorship to say it, but they are okay, I can't say it, so otherwise I take my video away. And then you got a P. So here you can see this guy. Here again, he puts the he puts the maiden name of his mother, you know, behind it. Like, you know, Mama, I miss you, please help me, you know, behind the computer and with the Cobra guys, and please come and help me, Mommy. So this is interesting here. It says here in September 2021, oh, it's all in German, isn't there in English? I don't think there's in English, eh? No, it's only one. Here it says eine Sprache. It means one language, but I'll translate it for you, never mind. So it says he became the leader, Leiter, it's almost the same word, leader, of the Direction for State Security and the Intelligence, DSN. And he started on December the 1st, 2021. And now it gets very interesting. You know, look, in September 2025 wurde bekannt gegeben, So it was officially announced in September 2025 that, it's almost the same. That. G.I.U.R.E.H. No, well, I don't pronounce this because, the guy is most likely, he got the whole deal, Well, first, I'll tell you this here. So that it got officially announced that at the end of 2025, which would be 11 months, 11 months, Monate, it's almost the same, before the planned end of his time as the leader, as the director, so that he would pull himself back. He renounced his job as a director. I mean, who would just by himself, without being pushed somewhere, renounce his job, a top job like that? Nobody would do that. I mean, you never get a job like this again in a lifetime. Yeah. So 11 months before the end, and he said this in September, that he would go away as being the director. He stop. And this is interesting here. Okay. Here it says he is the zoon. It's almost the same, right? Of a community doctor from Jordan. That's his father. Oh, look, they got the same thing as the Palestinians as well. The same inverted pyramid of death. And an Austrian woman, Österreicherin. Well, this means that the guy, because in Islam, if you want to marry a Muslim guy, you have to convert to Islam. Otherwise, there's no marriage. You can forget about it. So this means that the woman, his mother, became also a Muslim, and that means he is also circumcised. I mean, 100%. So, and again this year at the end. So in September this year, remember the month here very well. It could have been the 2nd of September. He resigned his job. And most likely just a few days before G.I.U.R.E.H. from Jordan resigned from being the director of the Austrian CIA and FBI, Homie Ross gave this interview here in German. And it's in the title, probably just a few days before he resigned, or a week maybe, And I'm wondering if there is a relation here. Here, look, this is the date. The end of August 29, 2025. I gave this, or it was, the same day. He uploaded it the same day, I think. And so is there a relation? Did he see it? Or maybe some other important Austrians saw this? They didn't know this because all these things they hide, I mean, and how did Homie Ross know this, eh? How did Homie Ross know this, eh? Yeah, look at that. And here in every one of his films, this guy here, this one here, is his channel, he put here 1984 in each one of his videos. Nice, well done. So a few days before he resigned, I gave this interview with this title in it. So, yeah, a lot of interesting people and watching my videos or my interviews and what I'm doing. And the interview was in German. So, as you all know, they speak German in Austria. So, and here in the Middle East, in the Muslims or the Arabs, this is how they, so here he is again, the guy, G.I.U.R.E.H. And here you can see it's called the Middle East Eye. And here you can see how in the Arab world, the Muslim world, how they talk about this, that he became the director of the state security in a European country. They don't even say that he also got a Austrian passport as well. They just say Austria appoints a Jordanian as security chief. You know, there's no more Europeans here. Europeans are gone anyway. Look at that. They're gone. So it really, the word with the re, which I'm not allowed to pronounce, nothing is allowed. And yeah, well, there's a whole text with it, but I'm not going to show that all. This is how in the Middle East, how the Arabs and the Muslims, how they talk about this. They call him a Jordanian. Just as Homie Ross. I also call him a Jordanian. It's just no Austrian mummy name behind it. Just a Jordanian. He looks like a Jordanian. He acts like a Jordanian. He's probably circumcised like a Jordanian. He speaks Arabic like a Jordanian. So, yeah, why not put Austrian here? Why put Austrian here? Just, just call it what it is. Oh yeah, this is interesting. It's under the chapter of Islamophobia. This here. I mean, the Europeans are so nice, they make him an Arab. They make him the director of the state security, no less than that. So, they can have it easier, to get terrorists inside. And Europeans are being nice with all these blokes. And they call the Europeans Islamophobics at the same time. I mean, look at it, man. It's crazy. Look at it. The Europeans are Islamophobic, being nice. I mean, this means they're not satisfied. They want more. Not also the president to be an Arab, not just the director of the Austrian CIA. No, that is Islamophobic. That's only one guy. There must at least be 100 guys in all key positions from Jordan in Austria. Then they would take the Islamophobia away. Yeah. Europeans are too nice with them. So nice. And then even being called Islamophobic. So you see, all over Europe, this is happening, with soon the handing out of arms and uniforms to a European pasdaran, and then it's game over. And Donnie knows all this and plays his game. As a businessman, lives by the laws of offer and demand. And what does the majority of Americans demand? Well, security in the streets, no more gangs, no woke, no pink list killers, more God in the equation, no more drugs. And this is how they obtain your consent for a total control and times police state. So businessman Donnie acknowledges the demand and accordingly builds up the offer by slightly overdoing the offer, by grasping the opportunity and build a total control. Vertical rule feudal system. A Republican who desires the end of the Republic, because a Republic is horizontal rule. And Donnie is vertical rule together with his Caliphate pals in Qatar, which is an absolute vertical monarchy. I wonder how many Hamas terrorists are already in Europe to soon receive the pasdaran uniform, and how many of the 2,000 released terrorists from October 13th will eventually go to Europe. While these here chant "Free, free Philistine," which should actually be "Flee, flee Philistine, come flee to Europe." Because Pharaoh's nobility wants their old vertical rule feudal system back in the form of a worldwide caliphate. So here it says Abu Muhammad al-Jolani, and look at his hands. You know, you recognize that, eh? So here in the middle, you can see Abu Muhammad al-Jolani, the guy who had President Assad of Syria fall. And you can see him do the same Freemason gestures as the rest of these pharaohs always do. Now he's the president of Syria and changed his name into Ahmed al-Shara, where the Arabic al means from the house of, as in a royal house, and Shar is from the Pharaonic Sar, meaning king or pharaoh. And in the Demotic means big or pregnant. So here you see him again with his hands, the same as this one here. And here it says Ahmed al-Shara, the president of Syria. He just changed his name. So altogether, al-Shara means he who is born out of the house of kings, and most likely pharaonic kings. Just like the dude here in the other picture next to him, this one here, whom we just as well may call Al-Trump, out of the house of Trump. So, you know, same hand signs here. And you all know that his real name is Drumpf from Germany and not Trump. They anglified it. So this here, Al, it's in Arabic, it is... it means he's like royal, the house of, and Shar is from Sar, like in a sarcophagus, means the king or the queen, and it means big or pregnant or born. So king, born, house, royal house, born out of the royal house of kings. And apparently his former name, Abu Muhammad al-Jolani, is his fighting name, fighting for the Dar al-Islam and the Islamic expansion. Then they have, like all the terrorists and the caliphate guys, they have this Abu, I think it means uncle. Here you can see once more the Hezbollah flag and logo. That has a circle here, there's a circle for the compass, and here in the L, here's the L, there's 90 degrees for the square, saying altogether square and compass, which is kind of weird because Hezbollah is vertical rule caliphate, whereas Freemasonry out of the Knights Templars is, of course, horizontal rule. But well, both parties, as they are from the same pharaonic nobility, infiltrate each other. Just as we can see in the Western world more and more the return of the vertical rule feudal monarchist system, who have infiltrated the ruling republican horizontal rule system. So here we see a padlock, which is a castle, feudal, and this is what's happening today, and it's becoming more and more feudal, less and less freedom, and it's more and more, this here is becoming to resemble the padlock with a castle in it, and you don't have the key. You see, there's no key. these ones have the key for the end times system. Already 200 years ago, this aristocratic son of the horizontal rule French Revolution was worried that the vertical rule feudal nobility would use the new horizontal system as a means to get back into power. And this is what Alexis de Tocqueville said, which would perfectly fit into what Donnie is doing today. So I quote here, "Can it be believed that the democracy which overthrew the feudal system and vanquished kings will retreat before tradesmen and capitalists?" Hey, Donnie, I think you know perfectly well what Alexis de Tocqueville is talking about here. Hey? So this is Alexis de Tocqueville. Alexis de Tocqueville in French. He even wrote a book, Democracy in America. So already 200 years ago, he saw it coming, what we see now with Donnie. So if you want to understand Donnie, I think all Americans should read this book. And you can see that only the nobility, so you can see that there, this guy, he was of the high nobility. It says here, Tocqueville came from an old aristocratic Norman family, the great-grandson of the statesman Malesherbes, who was guillotined in 1793. So the French Revolution was 1789. He was the third son of Hervé Louis François Jean Bonaventure Clérel, Count of Tocqueville, a count, yeah, officer of the Constitutional Guard of, a Constitutional Guard. So a king, he had a Constitutional Guard. It's like state security, you know, of King Louis XVI. That was the guy who was decapitated. And Louis-Madeleine Lepelletier de Rosambeau. If you see this de, as in de Tocqueville, de Rosambeau, you know that they are of the nobility. And also Maximilien Robespierre, the Bourbon. Bourbon is a royal house of France, one of the royal houses. So you can see, as I've been telling you, this is a new, after the revolution, and in America, 1776, and in France, 1789, there was a new aristocratic system. From the first, it was the feudal vertical rule by the kings, and then there was democracy was invented by the Knights Templars, and it came into place after the French Revolution, and in America in 1776. Which is a horizontal system. And only the nobility really understands this, and this is why a guy like de Tocqueville, Alexis de Tocqueville, he could say the things that, you know, you just read, which 200 years ago he said it, but it fits very well into what we see now going on in America and also in Europe. Look, here's the same birdie of Pharaoh holding an arrow in its claws. So here you see the ice logo. I already explained it to you. I analyzed it for you in my previous video about the ice devil. And here I grabbed this from some images or footage. A Hamas fighter, he had this badge on his shoulder, and I immediately saw the birdie, because you know it's all the same thing. It has you can see it. It's all the same origins. You know, they just let the peoples fight each other in horizontal wars, but the masters, they're on both sides leading it. You know, it's so obvious. So to the left is the American ice birdie, and to the right some Islamic Caliphate birdie, which apparently birdie flying over the ocean into the Americas, yeah? Because it's the same Horus Falcon birdie. Same arrows holding in its claws, the same concept of three representing the masters of three ice arrows shooting at American civilians. And to the right, three vertical lines, because a caliphate is in fact vertical rule. So it's all the same, people. It's one and the same global organization by the same global rulers. And I wonder, how many caliphate guys have they already slipped into the ice pasdaran to put disobedient Americans in an ice camp? The Icewits, Pasdaran Hanshar, Free Arabian Legions, just as in World War II. The images, the numbers, and the symbols don't lie. It's happening all over again. So here you see the three arrows. This is the concept of three, which stands for our masters. And here are the three lines for the vertical rule going up here behind Horus. So, and here he's holding an arrow. And this, of course, it's supposed to be like two Islamic mosques, but it's not. It's Yachin and Boaz, you know. And here the same wall as in the pyramid on the dollar. You know, it's all Freemasonry. You know. And so the Hamas guys, they were, one of the Hamas guys, he was wearing this badge. And you can see, you know, it's the same ones behind it. It's the same birdie, the same arrows, the same concept of three. They just let religions, races, nations fight each other in endless horizontal war. So look at the symbols and the numbers and all the secret stuff, people. Don't believe a word what they're saying, you know, all these actors. Just look at the symbols and open up your eyes, you know. It's all straight in our faces. Wake up, please. Same here in the logo of the so-called Center for Peace Communications. Probably Donnie's sub-department, to soften up all the antagonists, showing the same Horus birdie, with the sun for Horus Eye of the Sun, or golden Horus Sun Disk for the concept of three, and compass, 4 lines on each side for the concept of 4 for the square, saying altogether Horus, Sun God, Square and Compass. Hallelujah, Donnie. So, you see, it's not a dove or a white dove bringing peace, and these ones are not going to bring peace. There are no organizations that bring us peace. There's nothing. It's all by them, you know. And so this, it's the same birdie as this birdie or this birdie. And here you see the sun, which is at the same time the compass, because Horus is the eye in the sky, and the golden sun, the sun disk. And here are 4 lines, which are also part of a circle. So it says only this, it says square and compass. A circle is the compass, and the concept of 4 is the square, because the square has 4 corners and 4 lines. And even here there are 3, because this is the, it's a pyramid here, you know. And the pyramid is the concept of three because it's the hierarchy or the hierarchy as some call it. And you see here it's Arabic here. It's all the same thing, people. It's everywhere the same. Same birdie here, same birdie here, same birdie here. And they're not going to bring peace. And same birdie here. Donnie presenting himself as the winged Horus sun disk, the golden eye in the sky. And isn't it so, in fact, that Donnie likes gold very much, for which most certainly his presumed allegiance to Horus is the reason. You all see the three arrows behind him for the concept of three, 7 stars for the concept of 3 and 4, saying square and compass, and the red tie for the red house, the pertasser of the old world order, where he's officially from, being related to the royal houses of Denmark and Norway. These are pure pharaohs, and they show it all over on purpose, taking pictures like this. And of course, the photographer is most likely in it as well, who's like the royal court photographer. I've called this video Goldstein made Palestein, because the JJ Base, or Holy Land, belongs historically to the jaywalkers, and historically is no Dar al-Islam, but rather Dar al-Yahud. So here it says Goldstein made Philistine, and I wrote it the jaywalker way, or the old jaywalker way, like Stein, meaning stone, in German, just like this stone here. And here is the country. And as a video maker and a historian, I'm absolutely neutral in the whole thing. And I'm only explaining you history, the actual political situation and its masters. No, not fake neutral like these ones here, but I'm really neutral. Neither do I have any problems with Muslims, and here in France rather had good experiences with them. When Arabs took me hitchhiking and always gave food on the way, when Turks, as you can see here, invited me for a coffee, or when Chechens invited me for a brutal barbecue with grilled livers and stuffed kidneys and lots of vodka. So it's not because of that I made this video. I must say I had a lot of very positive, friendly experiences. So I made this video here on this very short, on the same channel. It's I called it Oriental Hospitality by some nice Muslim fishermen who fed the homeless, unwanted South Africa. Well, not unwanted by him, but unwanted in Europe, actually. So I made this, 7 years ago. So, and this guy here, he's a real Muslim, a Haji, went to Mecca and all that. And I explained him about the pharaohs, and we even made a film about the pharaohs in Turkish together, when I spoke German with him and he translated it into Turkish. I'll show it to you in a minute. So here is that video we made together. Here is the Turkish Muslim. Here you got this pharaonic stuff here. And well, if you turn this around up, like you got the inverted pyramid of death. Here you got the whip of Pharaoh. And if there are any Turks watching. So here is the title. Firavun yöne tiyor yeryütün deki köle yöne timi. I hope I translate this. I pronounce this the right way. So personally, on a personal level, I had a lot of good experiences with Muslims. So it's not because of this I made this video. It's more like I know people are very under influence, especially by religion, and the situation is going to flip very soon. And it would be a pity. So personally, I have no problems with Muslims on the human side of personal relations and friendships, as you can see here in these videos. And there were a lot more, many more positive encounters I had with them. So this is from 2019. Oh, that's a funny year, eh? Catastrophic year that was. So that's 6 years ago. The title is Arabic Woman Feeds Homeless White Man. That's me. Homie Ross invited for dinner by friendly Muslims. Yeah. So, and I think especially the Chechens, where I had this brutal barbecue with a lot of vodka and grilled intestines or whatnot. I think they understood the information most. With the Arabs, I had a lot of difficulties, to get through. With the Turks, not, but I have a feeling they forgot quite quickly. Not the friendship, but the information about the pharaohs and all that, the enemy within. But the Chechens, that's something else. They really understood it, very interested, because they can see their countries completely being split up with this Kadyrov guy and the Kadyrovsky. So they understand that there is an enemy within, and they were very interested in it. And I have a feeling the Chechens are guys anyway who don't forget quickly. So that was a good thing. The problem is, though, that things can and will flip around very quickly, and I fear very soon, because the Muslims in general are very much indoctrinated by this pharaonic religion, by the Arab nobility and its original founder of the aristocratic Quraysh dynasty. Here it says, ancient Arabic order of the Quraysh nobles. I absolutely admire the Muslim combat readiness and their immediate sacrifice of their own lives for the cause. Only they always attack the wrong enemies because they don't know who the real enemy is. And when they can't find any innocent jaywalkers in the vicinity or some defenseless whiteys around, they start butchering each other, like during the war in Syria. Too bad, really, because I could very well use them in a vertical war against the real enemy of mankind and their base of the notorious octagon. Well, it's all maktub of the dunya, as Muslims say. It's destiny what has been written for our earthly passage. So, well, let's change the goddamn script, guys. And Homie Ross will help you with that. So, here it says maktub, which is literally, it means it has been written. It's like destiny. And dunya, it's the earthly life passage. what they believe, that it's just a passage and the real life starts afterwards in the best of possibilities. I actually spent 1 year in Afghanistan fighting the Ruskies in 1985, being part of a government assignment shortly before walking into the Lubyanka in Moscow. So forcibly I learned a lot about Islam and about Muslims without ever becoming one of them or any religion at all. I just respect all religions, but I don't want to be part of it. In the title of this film, Goldstein made Palestine, most of you guys pronounce it wrong, like Goldstein and whatnot. But both Gold and Stein are German words, what the Yiddish homies also use in this name, Goldstein and not Goldstein. And I have to say Philistine for this word here, which I don't want to pronounce in the other way because of the vocal AI control. It says AI, sir, instead of the original AI, sir. And soon we have to say AI, sir. Yes, sir, instead of AI, sir. It's like reversed history in a time travel science fiction film, where AI, sir, of the future's end times got teleported back into history, bastardized into AI, sir, originally deriving from the future's AI, sir, Mr. Great Peacemaker, in between Pharaoh's vertical and horizontal rule. AI, Mr. President, a US soldier allegedly does not pledge obedience to the Constitution anymore, but to the Great Deceiver here. Allegedly, Donnie issued an executive order to swear allegiance to the President and not to the Constitution anymore. Okay, here we go. AI, Mr. President. Interestingly, swearing allegiance to the Constitution is horizontal, but swearing allegiance to the President is vertical and quite feudal. So this is why the flag of the United States, as it was after Swaziland, the second horizontal rule republic in the world, all these stripes in the colors of the Knights Templars, red and white, they are horizontal and not vertical. So before this one here, it used to be horizontal, and now it's all gonna be vertical. As it says here, AI, Mr. President. 20 years ago, Holy Donnie said these not so holy words, what you can see here to the right, in September of the year 2005. And what got published first time in October 2016, which you can see here to the left, by the Washington Post. The recordings were made by Billy Bush, a nephew of the 41st US President George Herbert Bush, and a cousin of the 43rd US President George W. Bush. So all pharaohs together in an arrogant conversation, humiliating the dumb commoners. So I will quote here in this video what your beloved President, Holy Donnie, said about the females of the dumb commoners. Similar to the lord in his medieval castle, discussing the jus primae noctis, when the nobility raped the females of the white tribes of Europe and in Europe on their first wedding night. No wonder there are many pictures of Donnie with the alleged royal rapist Prince Andrew. So here you see Donnie, red tie, it means the old world order, the vertical rule. Here with one of his wives, assumably, Prince Andrew. Here you see Epstein, here the other one. What is it? Probably Ghislaine. So her name is not Ghislaine or whatever you pronounce it. It's a French name. You pronounce it Ghislaine. And here, so many years later, what is it, 30 years later, they're still good pals. You see that? You see the whole greyish coming through Blondie's hair. He is all grey, so 30 years later, I suppose, they're still the best of pals. And here it says, jus primae noctis. Noctis means night, primae first. Jus, it means law. So, the law of the first night. Because there's a tradition of pharaohs' nobility in Europe, in their castles, to rape the white race, or mostly the women. And this is why later on in history, all the crimes against humanity, like the Nubian slaves in America, the genocide on the Indians, it's all on the back of the white race, because they raped the women of the white tribes, we're all tribes basically, and they made little ones, and so you all think it's the white race doing it, but no. They did the same with the white race, or even worse. So this is very important that humanity understands this, Oh, and you thought that RR meant Rolls Royce. Oh, sorry, I have to disappoint you. It actually means royal rapist. Allegedly. Look here, it says allegedly, for the possible legal, reactions coming from these very powerful people. I have to write down here allegedly. So here you see Prince Andrew with one of those girls. Here again, Prince Andrew. And here is Mr. Epstein. So it's not Epstein, it's Epstein. And there is a royal German lineage of the nobility called Epstein, von Epstein. And they were even in the beginning, in the early 1920s, there was a general von Epstein who was with the National Socialists even. Setting up, because the Second World War was about getting the German emperor back on the throne. And there are also in Germany several Epstein castles. So it's not necessarily jaywalkers, as many people think. And if it is, it is presumably not the normal jaywalkers, but the jaywalker nobility, of course, which is also pure pharaoh, just as this one. That's why they are together, because this one, he wouldn't be together with a normal jaywalker. Forget it. They don't do that. Nobility only stays with nobility. I myself never use these type of words Donnie used in 2005 in my own personal vocabulary. So I prefer not to utter them here either, and therefore will replace them with certain tonalities. Here we go. Sit tight and grab your armrests, as it's quite vulgar. Okay, There we go. I read for you. I did try and her. She was married. I moved on her like a but I couldn't get there. And she was married. Then, all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony and everything. She's totally changed her look. I've got to use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. This is very important. Automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Very important, magnet. Remember these words. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the meow. You can do anything. The President of the United States of America. This is what your president said, the Americans. Especially those who think he's holy with, you know, like defending Christianity or whatever. So here you see him do, actually, what he's describing here. What he says he's doing all the time, like. So, and I just don't want to pronounce these words. I never do these sort of things, like pronouncing. I don't do it either. And so that's why I took some other tonalities for that. Hey, Donnie? So, dear Americans and all the Bible bangers amongst you, your beloved president has no problem copulating with married women and grab women by the meow. Well, that's the 7th commandment, Donnie, that says, "Thou shalt not commit adultery," which is already 2 commandments broken by Holy Donnie, together with commandment number 3 broken by Holy Donnie, which I've shown you earlier in this film. Not so Holy Donnie says, and literally admits here, that he is automatically attracted like a magnet, as if he has no more control over it, that there is something stronger than himself that makes him do things and transgress into indecency and disrespectfulness and possibly alleged violence and alleged rape. So here you can see there's something behind it here. And here too there's something behind. Hey, Donnie. Donnie also states that he is automatically attracted to beautiful. Well, Donnie, let me ask you, do you think that the beautiful is still beautiful after you're done with the beautiful, which is, as you state here yourself, kiss the beautiful, grab the beautiful by the meow, and copulate the beautiful? Well, honestly, personally, I don't think Donnie's perverted actions would do any good to the young and beautiful, and will destroy them from the inside out. Now, what force always wants to destroy beauty and all that is beautiful? Well, evil does, and demons do. And let me tell you, demons do exist. I got severely attacked by demons at an ancient site where human sacrifice was done, what you can see in this video here. So this is an ancient temple where the Druids, they did human sacrifices 4,000 years ago. And also the Romans were there also doing sacrifices. Right next to it, you can see it from the hill, it's 1,000 meters high, it's all forest around. There's a French concentration camp, or the French concentration camp from the Second World War, where of course they had a lot of human material. So I guess they continued, you know. So I made this video 7 years ago, 2018, it's on the same channel. And the concentration camp is called this one here, the Stroothof. And here's the title. This site, it's called the Donon. The name already brings a vibration, you know. So here's the title. You punch it in yourself. So it was quite a creepy experience. I never had something like this before. And I'm not religious, I don't believe in this sort of things. I was not looking for it. It just happened. The next example of demon inhibition you can find here. I took this witness account here. Here's the title, it's in French. Here, this is my French channel with some French videos. This is a re-upload from 2 years ago. And I first uploaded this video 9 years ago on my channel G.I.U.R.E.H, which is still being blocked by YouTube. I still can't use it. So here, G.I.U.R.E.H, here's the title. I gave it another title again, I think. So 2016. And so in this video here, I took the witness account of a young French woman who got raped and therefore developed a sexual behavior similar to her rapist, because through the rape she got inhibited by the very same demons her rapist had infected her with. This phenomenon might lead to the suicide of the victim, desperately fighting the inhibited demons, as in the case here of the Epstein victim, Virginia G.I.U.R.E.H, here standing in the middle, where not the physical trauma of rape brought her to do this, but the spiritual trauma of being inhibited by demons and the fact of needing to battle them constantly, thus leading to mental exhaustion and mental breakdown, making the demon win through the ultimate and final decision. Now, by his own admittance, let's stop calling him Holy Donnie, shall we now? And call him Humpy Trumpy instead, due to the facts presented here by the man himself, that he acts by the power of a force stronger than himself into his sexual aberrations. And I quote once more Donnie's own words. It's like a magnet, automatically attracted to beautiful, and grab him by the meow and copulate with married women. So here was in the newspaper, here you can see it again. Automatically attracted to beautiful. Well, I just explained to you who is already always attracted to beautiful. It's like a magnet. It means it's stronger than himself. And here, I did try and copulate her. She was married. and all these things. It's stronger than himself. It's like a magnet. It means it's the magnet pulling him, making him do these things. It's not himself. You see, you have to analyze these words, and the man said it himself. To me, this is clear, hearing these words, that the superior force, stronger than himself, that like a magnet automatically attracts to beautiful, is the superior force of a demon, or respectively demons. All signs and facts accumulated here, I fear that a US president allegedly possessed by demons will lead America and possibly the world into the abyss. The problem, though, with demon-possessed individuals is that these individuals are absolutely two-faced, and the presumed inhibition will not show its ugly face other than under controlled events in private circles only until it's too late to escape. And in this very case of the US president, this alleged moment will come. This is why an expert on the matter, like the exorcist Bob Larson, only defends Holy Donnie in his videos, where he sees Holy Donnie as the savior of a Christian America. Oh, well played, Donnie. American Christians love you. I'm sure that when Mr. Larson would have had the specific individual addressed here in his close vicinity, Dr. Larson would have talked differently. I have to continuously use words like allegedly, presumably, all the time, as YouTube is legally responsible for the things I say, and I don't want them to have any problems, as this video might attract certain legal consequences in order to have it silenced by certain forces behind the screens and that are extremely powerful. You can hear Donnie's own faithful words of his presumable self-indictment of September 2005 in this video here, which I've called Humpy Trumpy, and using this thumbnail for it here in my channel, and of which I will leave a link in the description below the video. Here you can read for yourselves how Donnie's own words from September 2005 got initially published on October 7th, 2016. So here it says Donald Trump Access Hollywood tape on October 7, 2016, 1 month before the United States presidential election that year. The Washington Post published a video and article about then presidential candidate Donald Trump and television host Billy Bush having a lewd conversation about women in September 2005. Trump and Bush were on a bus on their way to film an episode of Access Hollywood, a show owned by NBC Universal. In the video, Trump described his attempt to seduce a married woman and indicated he might start kissing a woman that he and Bush were about to meet. He added, "I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab him by the... You can do anything. Many commentators and lawyers describe such an action as sexual assault. Others argued that the remarks were an assertion that sexual consent is easier to obtain for the famous and wealthy, well, etc. Here's Billy Bush from the Bush family. They're all pharaohs here. You can read it yourself. It's quite long, you know, so here you can read it, what he said. I moved on her, etc. I did try and her. She was married. That's the things he said, etc., etc. Well, you can find it yourself. And yeah, it's interesting. It happened on October the 7th, 2016. Right? October 7th. Does that ring a bell? There we go again, having that funny date of October 7th again. And ending this video with that very same date as with which we started this video. So for A.I. Donnie, October 13th, Templars Day, was a day of success, talking about God the whole time and presenting the occasion to get hailed as the greatest peacemaker of all times. For Hamas and the Swiss UNRWA financiers to whom these cars belong, October 13th, Templars Day, was a day of victory, handing back merely a handful of the 1,000+ they butchered. And for me, Homie Ross, my children have become strangers to me after having been away for 10 years now. I didn't see them grow up, and my kids had their father snatched away by the same owners of these white cars here, from the motherland of all evil, from the Alps. For Homie Ross, there is no homecoming, nor a happy return. The overall analogy carries Swissy as the common denominator, the common terminator.